Hello everyone, welcome back. Get ready because today we are about to build something incredible. This is not just another coding tutorial. This is a complete full stack journey where we will build a production ready resume builder application using React on the front end and Spring Boot on the back end. Two of the most popular and powerful frameworks in the industry right now. If you are someone who has been looking for the perfect project to showcase on your GitHub or the one project that can truly boost your resume and make recruiters say, wow, then this is the one you have been waiting for. We are going to build everything from scratch. Yes, together. Step by step, from backend to front end, from connecting to the database to deploying it to the final project to production. And by the end of it, you won't just have a project. You will have a complete real world application, the kind that hiring managers love to see on a developer's portfolio. Let's talk about what makes this project truly special. We will start by designing a beautiful professional landing page complete with a logo header, an eye-catching hero section, clear call to action buttons, a product showcase with a video walkthrough, user testimonials, and of course, a clean footer with copyright details. Then we will move to the user journey, where users can register by uploading their profile pictures, verify their accounts with an email verification link, and then log in securely. Once inside, users will land on their professional personal dashboard where they can see all their previously created resumes, each displayed as a neat thumbnail. From there, users can create a brand new resume using our interactive resume builder tool, featuring the live preview, multiple design themes, and even a custom color palette to style their resumes exactly how they like it. And that's not all. They can unlock the premium templates by upgrading to the paid version, save the draft resumes for later editing, download their resumes as professional looking PDFs, or even email them directly to the recruiters or HRs with just one click. Sounds like real product, right? Because it is. On the backend side, we will build 15 plus REST APIs using Spring Boot, all following industry best practices. You will learn how to design clean, maintainable, and secure backend architecture. We will test our APIs using Postman, secure them with Spring Security and JWT tokens, upload the images to Cloudinary, and integrate the Razorpay for seamless payment processing. You will also discover how to send automated emails with PDF attachments using the Spring email module, connect your application with MongoDB database, and finally deploy everything to a production server. We are not just writing code here, we are building real world developer experience, the kind that prepares you for actual industry projects. So, who is this project for? If you're a college student working on your university project, this will make yours stand out. If you are a recent graduate preparing for interviews, this will give you the confidence to talk about real world scenarios. And if you are an associate or junior developer struggling to connect the dots between the backend and frontend, this project will make everything crystal clear. You will see how all these pieces fit together, from user interface design to backend logic to API communication, database integration, and production deployment. By the end of this project, you will have learned full stack development with React and Spring Boot, securing the APIs development with JWT authentication, cloud image storage with the Cloudinary, payment gateway integration with Razorpay, email automation using Spring Email, design database connectivity with MongoDB, and finally deploying it to the production server by packaging the full stack application. And finally, how to deploy your full stack app live for the world to see. And the best part, you can download the entire source code, run it on your system, and even customize it to make it your own. So whether you want to code along with me line by line, or just sit back and watch the full development journey unfold, this series will take your skills and your confidence to the next level. I'm super excited to build this project with you. Are you ready to start your journey with me? Let's dive in and let's build something amazing together. Okay, now let's start with the development. First, we will start the backend development, then we will slowly move on to the front-end development. So the very first step is we need to set up the backend project. We need to create the Spring Boot project. We are going to create using this URL, which is nothing but the Spring initializer, which is provided by the Spring team. And while creating this project, we are going to add the dependencies, the web dependency, MongoDB dependency, and Lombok dependency, and the validation dependency. Later, we will add few other dependencies as well. For example, email, Spring security, and JWT dependencies. For now, to kickstart the development, these are the 4 dependencies that we're going to add. Let's open the browser and head over to start.spring.io. This is the official website created by the Spring team. The options will remain same, but the UI will be keep updating by the Spring team. Let's select the project details. The project type Maven and the language is Java. The Spring Boot version, the latest and stable version is 3.5.6. I will keep the same default version. The project group ID in.bhushan sirgur. Feel free to change the group ID. The artifact ID, I'll change this to resume builder API. And description, you can change it. The package name, I'm going to keep the default package name. Feel free to change it as per your requirements. The packaging, the jar, and the Java version, I have installed Java 21. I selected 21. Let's add the dependencies. We will add the web dependency. We will add the MongoDB database the dependency, Lombok dependency, and validation dependency. You can also view the project structure. You can click on this explore and you can see the project structure. I'm going to click on this generate. This will download the zip file, extract this file, and open the folder inside the IDE. I will be using IntelliJ IDEA. Let's open it. I have opened the project inside the IntelliJ IDEA. Open the pom.xml and you can see all the dependencies that we have added. The MongoDB database and the validation dependency, web dependency, and the Lombok dependency. The Spring initializer also added this dependency, the test dependency. Since we are not dealing with any of the test cases in this project, I'm going to remove this dependency, and I'm going to, whenever you make any changes inside this pom.xml, we need to reload this Maven changes. Just click on this and now open the src, and inside this test, I'm going to delete this file. Let's close this. Okay, now our starter project is created. From here, we can start adding the APIs and we can start configuring the databases. Next step is to configure the MongoDB database. Let's open the MongoDB compass. First, we need to create the database. I will click on this plus icon and I will enter the database name, resume builder _ v2. I have already created a database resume builder app. That is why I have providing a different name. Feel free to change the database name however you want. The collection name, we cannot create the database without the collection, I'm going to just add the collection name test and create the database. The same database name we will provide inside our application.properties file in our Spring Boot project. Let's open the IntelliJ, and if I open the main folder and under this resources we have this application.properties file. Let's open this. Currently there is one property which is added by Spring Initializer by default. We can keep this property, or if you don't want you can remove this. This will not impact anything. Let's add the comment. I'm going to add MongoDB configuration. We will add the property spring.data.mongodb.uri. We need to provide the URL mongodb:// localhost. Since we are connecting to the local database, that is why we will provide the localhost. Later when we connect it to the production database, we will change this host name 27017. This is the default port. / we need to provide the database name, which is resume builder _v2. Next, I will also add one more property, spring.data.mongodb.database. This will provide the database name. We can add this, or even we can ignore this, because this one property will enough, because this also contains the database name and this is the host name. Let's save this. Okay, now we have configured the MongoDB database. Next step is to create the application health check API endpoint. To achieve this, we can use the Spring Boot actuator dependency, which will provide the default API endpoint where we can check the application status. Let's go to the IntelliJ and open the pom.xml. We can add the dependency. I know the dependency, so I'm directly adding it here. In case if you don't know the dependency, you can find it inside the Spring Initializer. You can go to the browser and you can search for actuator. Click on this and click on this explore, and you can find the dependency, which is the Spring Boot starter actuator dependency. So just copy this and add it here. Since we have made changes into this pom.xml, we need to reload this Maven changes. Perfect. Now let's start the application. Open the main class. Inside this Java folder, you will find this, inside this default package, you will find this class. If you open this, you will find the main method, and just click on this and you can run the application and you can debug the application. I'm going to click on this debug, and you can see the application is started. You can see the Tomcat server started on the port 8080. Now we can open the browser and we can check the application status. Localhost 8080 / actuator / health. Hit enter. You will see this message status up, which means that our application is started and which is working as expected. This is how we can create the health check API endpoint. We don't have to create any of the endpoint. We can just add the actuator dependency and the actuator will provide this default API endpoint. Let's add this API endpoint in our Postman collection. Open the Postman. Let's create a new collection. Provide the collection name resume builder app. Inside this, let's add the request. Since this is a HTTP GET request, the request name health check. Let's add the URL http://localhost 8080/actuator/health and save this. Click on this send button. We should see the same result. Status is up. Perfect. Next step is to create the register API. We're going to create this API endpoint. As a part of this, we are going to first create the request and response objects. Next, we are going to create the document object to map the MongoDB collection. Next, we will create the repository and we will create the service followed by the controller, and we will test the API endpoint. Let's open the IntelliJ. I'm going to close all these tabs. Let's create a new package. This is going to be document. Inside this, I'm going to create a new class. This is going to be user. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to just expand this and I'm going to increase the font size. We will add the few annotations. The very first annotation is data annotation to get the setters and getters. Next, I will add the no args constructor, all args constructor, and builder annotation, followed by the document annotation because we want to map this Java object to the MongoDB collection. We will add the collection name users. Inside this, I will add the fields private string ID, private string name, private string email. I will also add password. Next, I will add the profile image URL. Also, I'm going to add the subscription plan. Initially, the default value will be basic plan. User can upgrade to the premium as well. Private. I will also add the Boolean value for email verified. Initially, this will be false. I will create private string, the verification token. I will also add local date and time. This is for the verification expires. Along with this, I will also add the created at and updated at timestamps. Okay, so now we have added all the fields: ID, name, email, password, profile image URL, subscription plan, email verified, verification token, verification expires, created at and updated at. For the created at and updated at, I will add the annotation which is created date and last modified date. Save this. Now we will also create the request and response objects. Before that, we will also create the MongoDB configuration file for these auto created at and updated at timestamps. I'm going to create a new package. It's going to be config. Inside this, create a new Java class. It's going to be Mongo config. I will increase the font. I will add the annotation configuration, and I will add the annotation which is enable auditing. enable Mongo auditing. That's it. This one configuration class will does the operation whenever we saved any object into the database. It is going to automatically create the date, and it will also updates the modified date whenever we modified the document. I will also create a one more package which is DTO. Inside this, let's create the Java class. This is going to be register request. Inside this, we are going to add the fields. First, let's add the annotation, data, private, string, email, private, string, name, private, string, password, private string, profile image URL. For this, we will add the validation rules. We will make use of the validation API, which we have added in our dependency. We will use the not blank annotation. Let's add the message. Name is required. I will also add size, minimum 2 and maximum 50 characters. Let's add the message. Okay, actually I should have been added this to the name. So let me add this to the name. Let's add the message. Name must be between 2 and 50 characters. Let's not make it 50. Let's make it 15. Okay. Let's also add the validations for email. We will add email. I will add the message. Email should be valid, not blank annotation. Email is required. Let's also add for the password, not blank. For the password, we will add password. Password is required. We will also add size. The minimum should be 6, and we don't need to add maximum. Let the user can decide. The user can enter as many characters he want, or even we can restrict it also. I will make it 15. Password must be between 6 and 15 characters. Let's save this. We don't need to add the validations for this profile image. It's completely optional. Save this. Okay, now we have the request object is ready. We can also create the response object. So let's create the response object. Auth response. First, let's add the annotation, the data annotation. I will also add no args constructor and all args constructor builder. I think for the register request also, let's use the all args constructor, no args constructor and builder, because we might use the builder pattern. And inside this, we are going to add private string ID, private string name, and email, profile image URL, subscription plan, boolean email verified, token. We can also print the created at and updated at. It's going to be local date time, created at, updated at. Alright, now we have created the response object as well. I will also add one property, which is JSON property underscore ID, and save this. The reason why I'm adding this JSON property is in MongoDB, for every document, underscore ID will be stored as a field, and we are going to use this field in our front end also. If you don't want, you can remove this and you can use this ID in your front end. Let's remove this, but some people will use the underscore ID when they are working with the front end. So it depends upon the project requirement or how the developer decides. Let's save this. Next, we need to create the repository. I'll just create a new package. Inside this, I will create an interface. This is going to be user repository. Let's extend this with Mongo repository. We will provide the document type and the document name, which is user. The document primary key type is string. Inside this, let's add the finder methods. For now, we are going to add a single finder method, which is find by email. Later, we will come back and add few more finder methods. This is going to return optional of user type. So let's import the optional and save this. Next, let's create the service. Create a new package. Let's call this auth service. First of all, let's add the annotation, service annotation, and required args constructor. I want to use the constructor based injection. Let's inject the user repository. Let's create a method public. This is going to return auth response, register. This is going to accept the register request. We need to return the auth response. First of all, I will also add the annotation, which is SL4J from Lombok, so that I can add the loggers. Inside this, I will add the log.info. Inside register method, or I can say inside auth service register method, and I can print the request object also. Make sure to add the loggers in your application on each and every method, so that whenever any issue occurs, you can easily debug this. First of all, we need to check whether the email address is already present or not, because we have to registering a user, we have to check whether the user exists in our database or not. For that, inside our user repository, create a new method exists by email. We are going to pass the email address. For every exist by keyword, if you are creating any methods using exist by, then the return type will always be a boolean. So the return type will be boolean. Let's save this, and inside our auth service, first let's add the condition. If the user repository dot exist by email request dot get email, if the email address is exist, we are going to throw an exception, throw new runtime exception. Of course, we can create the custom exception and we can throw. We are going to do that later. But for now, let's throw the runtime exception. User already exists with this email. Okay. So if the email address is exist, we are going to throw the exception. In case this condition becomes false, if the user is registering for the very first time, we have to save it in our database. So for that, I'm going to make use of the builder pattern, user.builder. Let's add the name, request.getName, email, request.getEmail, password, request.getPassword. Right now we are storing the password in plain text. Later we are going to encode it. Let's set the profile image, request.getProfileImage, the subscription plan, get. Okay, we don't have the subscription plan, but for the subscription plan we are going to hard code it, because by default all the users will be associated with the basic plan. Next we have the email verified. Initially this will also be false. We will also set the token, which is verification token, UUID dot random UUID dot toString. We also need to set the expiration time for the verification. We will make use of the local datetime dot now, and we are going to add plus 24 hours plus 24. We are going to add the 24 hours for the existing time. This is going to be plus hours, and I'm going to call the build method. This is going to give us the new user. I can call this user new user. Once we get the new user, I can make use of the user repository dot save, and I can pass the new user. Once I saved into the database, I need to also trigger an email for the verification. So for now, I'll just add the to do. Later we are going to come back and we will update the code. Send verification email. We will do that later. After this, once we saved into the database, we need to return the response. I can make use of the auth response dot builder ID. We will use the new user dot get ID, name, get name, email, and profile image URL. We will also pass the verified, whether the user is verified or not. We will do that. New user dot is email verified. token. For the token, I'm going to just pass null, or even we don't need to pass anything. And also add the subscription plan, new user, get subscription plan. I will call the build method. This is going to send the response, so I can return this. Since we are going to use this builder pattern multiple times in our project or in our class, I'm going to reuse this. Private, this is going to return auth response to response, and inside this we can pass the user, and I'll just cut this and I will paste it. Right now I can make use of the to response, and to this we can pass the new user, and I can return this. Perfect. Let's create a one more private method. This is for the request. I can just cut this private. This is going to return user to document. Let's paste it. This is going to accept the request, which is register request. I will return this, and I can call this method, which is to document. To this we can pass the request, which is register request, and this will gives us the new user. The new user, we are passing it into the repository, and finally we are going to convert this into a response. Perfect. And save this. Now we can call this register method, the service method, inside our controller. Open the project explorer and create a new package, controller. Under this, create a new class. It's going to be auth controller. I will first add the annotation REST controller. I will also add required args constructor, and I will also add SL4J for the logging. Along with this, I will also add the request mapping. I want to add the URI path /API /auth, and I will also inject the auth service, and I will create a handler method public. It is going to return the response entity. This is going to be a generic type. I will create the method name with register. Let's add the annotation post mapping. This is a HTTP post request. I will add the URI path, which is register, and I will also add the valid annotation because I want to add the validations. I want to validate before we are mapping the JSON object or the JSON data into the Java object. And I will also add the request body annotation, and I will add the class name, which is register request, and it is going to call this request. Perfect. Next, inside this we are going to first let's add the try catch block. Inside the try block, I am going to make use of the auth service to call the register method. To this we can pass the request object, and from this we will get the auth response. I can call this response, and I can return the response entity dot status http status dot created, and I will call the body, and I can pass the response. In case of any exception, I can handle that exception, the runtime exception, and I'm going to just return response entity dot status, http status dot bad request. In the body I can add the message, so let's use the map, and we will add the key value pair. The key will be message and value will be exception dot get message. And in case of any other exception, so let's add the one more catch block, exception. We will return the response entity dot status. It is going to be internal server error. Let's add the body. Let's use map of. I can pass the message and value. It is going to be server error. Server error. Let's add one more key. It is going to be error. The value will be exception dot get message. Let's save this. Alright, our API endpoint is ready. We can test the API endpoint using this /API/auth/register. First I'm going to stop the server and I will restart it again. I'll just enable the annotation processing. Okay, the Tomcat is started on the port 8080. Let's open the Postman. I'm going to create a new request, which is going to be a HTTP post request. I'll just duplicate this. We can change this to HTTP post method and /API/auth/register. This is the API endpoint. I'll change the request name to register. Click on this body and choose raw, and the type is JSON type. I will add the name, email, password, profile, image, URL. These are the mandatory fields that we need to pass. We can also verify it. Let's open the register request. You can see the email, name and password. These three are the mandatory fields and this is completely optional. For now I'll just add http://simpleimage.com. right? We can add the name. I'll add my name Bhushan, email address bhushan@example.com, password 123456. First let's test the success scenario, then we can go for the validations check. I'm going to save this. I'm going to just clear the console so that we can see the errors if did not work. I'm going to click on this send and you can see 201 created. We get the ID back, name, email and profile, image, URL, subscription plan which is basic, email verified, of course it's false, and token is null, created at null, updated at null. Actually we need to add the created at and updated at. First let's verify it in the database whether it is saving in the database or not. Let's open the MongoDB compass. I'm going to just refresh this. We get the users collection and boom, you can see we get the created at, updated at, and all the details will be storing it in the database. Let's go back to our IntelliJ and go to our auth response. Not the auth response, let's go to the auth service, and inside this response we also need to add the created at and updated at. Created at new user dot get created at, updated at new user dot get updated at. Okay, so I'm going to stop this and I will restart this. Now we can check for the validations. Let's clear this. Go to the Postman and here I'm going to just first of all give the password to 1234 and email. Okay, let's actually test what will happen if the email address is already present. If the user is already registered, let's see what will happen. I'm going to click on this send again, and boom, you can see we get the 400 bad request. The message user already exists with this email. Perfect. I'm going to just add the validation messages. We need to check the validation messages. I will just remove this 1234. This is going to be Bharat. The name I will add Bharat. Click send, and you can see we get the 400 bad request. But however, we are not getting the validation error messages. That we need to handle it. So to do that, what I will do is I'm going to create a global exception handler, create a new package, exception, create a new Java class. It is going to be global exception handler. First, let's add the annotation REST controller advice. Inside this, we are going to create the exception that we are going to handle. We are going to create a method. Basically, we will use the @exception handler annotation to handle the specific exceptions. We are going to handle the exception, which is method argument not valid exception. This is the exception it is going to throw whenever we are trying to bind the JSON value into the Java object. Let's create a method to handle this exception. Response entity. This is going to be return a map of string and object, the key value pair. First, let's import this map. Handle validation exceptions. We need to pass the same exception type as a parameter also. Method not valid argument exception. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to create a map. Errors is equal to new hash map. Inside this, first I'm going to get the exception. So we have this exception. So let's get the exception dot get binding result. This binding result will give us the all errors. On this, I'm going to call the for each method. We will get the single error object. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to get the field name. We will make use of the error dot get default message. Okay, we need actually the field name. So to get the field name, I'm going to use the field error. Error dot get field. We should get the field. Okay, basically I am going to cast this error object into a field error. Now I'm going to call the get field method. This will give us the field name, which is nothing but the whether it's a name or whether it's an email, whether it's a password. It will give us the property name. Next, we will need the error message. So to do that, error dot get default message, and I can put it in the errors map. Errors dot put the field name and the error message. Once we put all the validation messages into this errors map, now I can create a one more map. This is going to be response new hash map. Response.put, we will add the key which is message validation failed. Response.put, I can add the errors and I can return the response entity dot status bad request body. I can return the response. Perfect. Let's save this. Now we can test this because we have added this REST controller advice annotation, so that anywhere in our application any exception occurs, then if that exception is method argument not valid exception, and this method block will be executed and we can handle the exception inside this. So let's stop the server and I'm going to restart this again. Okay, the Tomcat is started. Open the Postman and click send again. Boom, you can see we get the message validation failed, and you can see the errors and password must be between 6 and 15 characters, right? I'm going to add the password. Let's say I'm going to add the invalid email and click send. You can see we get the email should be valid. Now if I try to remove the password, if the password validation fails, we get the two errors. Click send, boom, you can see password and email. Perfect. Now we have handled the exception as well. Globally we have handling the exception. Similarly, we can also here, if you look at the auth service, here we are throwing the runtime exception. Instead of this runtime exception, we can create a custom exception and we can handle that exception inside our global exception handler as well. First, let's create the exception inside our exception package. I'm going to create a new Java class. It is going to be resource exists exception. Let me expand this and I'm going to extend this with the runtime exception. Inside this, let's create the constructor. Let's pass a message. Let's call this super method and let's pass the message to the super. Let's save this. Now we have this resource exist exception. Open the global exception handler. Create a method public. First of all, I will just add the exception handler. This is going to handle the exception for the resource exist exception. Public response entity, and we're going to return a map handle resource exists exception. We also need to pass the exception to the method parameter. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to create a map hash map response.put. I will add the message which is resource exists response.put. I will also add the error. We can also add the status code. http.status.conflict, and I can add the response.put. We can add the error message exception.get message. I think we don't need this, so let's get rid of this. I'll return the response entity dot status dot conflict body. I can add the response. Okay, so now we have created the method to handle the exception, which is resource exist exception. Now we can throw this exception inside our auth service. Instead of the runtime exception, I'm going to throw the exception, which is resource exists exception, and to this I'm going to pass the message user already exists with this email, right? And save this. So now inside our controller, if I go to the auth controller, now we don't need this catch block. Okay, so we can get rid of this, right? We can get rid of this, and this exception we can keep it as it is. Later we will also remove this by creating a generic exception. For now this is looks good. What I will do is I'm going to just stop the server and I will restart this. Okay, now if I go to the Postman and let's try to enter the same email address, bhushan@example.com 56, click send, boom. We get the 500 internal server user already exists with this email server error, but actually it should throw an exception, which is, let's go back to our global exception handler. This is going to be HTTP status conflict body response. It shouldn't throw the 500 internal server. Okay, this is not correct. Let's do one thing. If I go to the auth controller, okay, this is because of this exception, this catch block. I'm going to get rid of this catch block and also try block. Okay, now inside our global exception handler, let's create the generic exception to handle all other exceptions. So response entity, this is going to be response entity map of string comma object handle generic exception. I will add the exception handler and this is going to be exception, right? Inside this I will just copy the same and I'll paste it. So the message I can add something went wrong, contact administrator. Okay, perfect. And the errors, I'm going to add the exception.get message. We can return the response entity. It is going to be internal server error and save this. Okay, so let me stop the server and I will restart this again. And let's open the Postman and click send. Boom, you can see 409 conflict resource exists, user already exists with this email. Perfect. Now we are handling all the scenarios. If the user entered validation wrong, then we are going to display the validation error messages. In case if the user entered the email address, duplicate email address, if it is present, we are going to throw the exception and we are going to handle it. And also we are going to handling the success scenarios as well. Whenever we user entered the valid details, we are going to store it inside the database. Perfect. We have not yet done because we need to do one more piece of work we have to do. If I go to the auth service, you can see we have to complete this. As soon as we saved into the database, we need to trigger an email to send the notification to the user to verify the email. Let's do that. Now let's look at the development steps for sending a verification email to the registered email address. The very first step is we need to add the Spring email dependency into our pom.xml file. Next, we need to create an account in Brevo and we need to get the SMTP server details. The Brevo will provide a free SMTP server to send the emails. We are going to use this Brevo account to send the emails. Of course, we can use the Gmail SMTP server also, but I'm going to use this Brevo. Next, we need to add this SMTP details into our application or properties file. Next, we need to create an email service to send the emails. And finally, we need to update the auth service to call the email service method. Let's open the IntelliJ and open the pom.xml file. Here we need to add the mail dependency, the Spring Boot email dependency. So let's copy this and paste it. I'll change this to mail. Next, I'm going to just reload this Maven changes since we have added the new dependency. Next, open the browser. Create an account in Brevo. I have already created an account in this Brevo website. Just create an account in this website and you can click on this profile icon and click on this SMTP and API. You will get these details, the SMTP server details. This is the server details and the port and the login ID and the SMTP master password. So copy all this information and we are going to add these details inside our application or properties file. Let's go to the application or properties file. Let's open it. I'm going to just add the comment, email configuration. We will add spring.mail.host. We are going to add the SMTP host name, which is smtp-relay.brevo.com. So if I go back and you can see this is the one we are going to add. So better you can copy and paste it. Next, spring.mail.port, which is 587. Let's add it. Spring.mail.username. This login information, this is nothing but the username. Just copy it and paste it. Make sure to add your username. Do not use mine because it is not going to work. Next, let's add the password. Spring.mail.password is equal to, this is the password that I'm going to add. So just copy this and paste it. Okay. Of course, we cannot copy these unless we have to just view this password and copy it. For now, I'm going to just add password. Later, I'm going to add it. I don't want to reveal the password in front of you. Spring.mail.properties.mail.smtp.auth. We're going to set this to true. I will also add spring.mail.properties.mail.startTLS. Enable, I'll set this to true. Next, spring.mail.protocol, which is SMTP. Spring.mail.properties.mail.smtp.from. We have to add the from email address. This is basically the email address which you have created using the Brevo account. This is the email address I have used to create the Brevo account. Make sure to add the email address which you have used to create the Brevo account. Perfect. Make sure to add the password here. I'm going to add the password later. That's it. This is the configuration that we're going to add. Make sure to add the correct host name, port, username, password, and the auth is set this to true. Enable the start TLS enabled. I set this to true. protocol, which is SMTP, and from email address. Let's close this. Okay, now inside this auth service, we are going to call the method. Before that, we need to create a email service. Let's open the Project Explorer. Under the service, create a new class. It is going to be email service. I'm going to add the service annotation and required args constructor. I will also add SL4J for the logging. So at the very top, first I'm going to load the from email address from the application.properties file. So let's add private string from email. We are going to use the value annotation to load the application.properties values. Inside this dollar and flower brackets, we are going to add the property. So let's add application.properties, and we are going to add this. So let's copy this property and paste it. Perfect. Next, I'm going to inject the Java mail sender private final. I can call this mail sender. Now create a method public void send HTML email, because I'm going to embed the HTML inside it, and I'm going to pass the to address and subject and HTML content. The HTML content, I'm going to generate it inside the auth service. Basically, this method accepts the HTML content. Inside this, I'm going to set the MIME message. Let's use the mail sender dot create MIME message. MIME message helper. We will use this MIME message helper constructor to pass the message, and I'll set the second parameter to true, which is nothing but the multipart, and I will just also add the UTF-8 because we are going to pass the HTML content. I'm going to set this UTF content, and this is going to throw an exception, so I'll just add the exception to the method signature, which is messaging exception. Next, let's make use of this helper dot. We will set the from address, which is from email address. Helper dot set to address. Set the subject. Next, let's set the text. We are going to set the HTML content, and I will set the second parameter to true. Okay, this is going to be set text. Okay, and the second parameter which is nothing but the HTML. We are including the HTML, that is why I'm setting this to true. Let's make use of the mail sender dot send method, and to this we can pass the message. That's it. Let's save this. Okay, now our service method is ready. This is going to send the HTML content. It will accept the to address, subject, and HTML content. We are going to create the MIME message, and we're going to make use of the MIME message helper to set the from address, to address, subject, and text, and we are going to send the message. Next, we need to call this function inside our auth service. Let's get rid of this to do, and inside this I'm going to just call a method which is send verification email, and to this we can pass the user object. I'm going to pass the new user, right? Let's create this private method. Okay, inside this, first of all, I'm going to add the try catch block because I'm going to include the HTML content. Okay, so exception inside this I'm going to throw new runtime exception, fail it to send verification email, and I can concatenate exception dot get message, right? Perfect. Inside this try block, what we wanted to do is we need to send the verification email. We have to add the button where the user will click on that button and it will verify the email address. So we have to generate the HTML content, right? I'm going to first create the link. So string link is equal to, we need to basically add the application base URL, right? So we can hard code it, but instead of hard coding it, what I will do is I'm going to load it from the application.properties file. So private string app URL, right? Value $, and I will add the application URL inside our application.properties file. Here I will just add the application information, right? App, let's say we can add something like app.base.url is equal to http://localhost 8080, right? This is the application URL. Now we can copy this property and inside our auth service, let's paste it. In case if it is undefined or if it is not present, we are going to use this hard coded value, localhost 8080, right? Okay, in case if the value is not present, it is going to pick this default value. All right, now scroll down. We have this private method, and inside this private method, let's make use of the app URL, or I can make this app base URL. Let's change this to app base URL, and after this we need to concatenate the URI mapping. Let me add +/API/auth/verify email. Of course, we haven't created this handler method. We are going to create it in just a bit. Token is equal to, we are going to concatenate the token. So let's use the new user dot get token, the verification token. This is what we are going to add. So now our link is ready. This link we have to embed inside the HTML content. String HTML is equal to, basically we need to create the HTML content. What I will do is I have already copied to my clipboard. I'll just paste that HTML content. I will walk you through that what I'm doing here. Basically I'm just creating a div, and after the div I'm creating this h2 element tag, verify your email. Next I'm just adding this message in a paragraph, hi user. In this case the user is nothing but new user dot get name. Please confirm your email to activate your account. And we are adding the one more paragraph with a anchor tag. For that anchor tag we are attaching the href, which is the base URL, and with the URI mapping. This we are going to embed it, and we are going to add this style, inline, block, padding, just a regular button we are adding, and we are adding the text verify email. And also we are adding one more paragraph, or copy this link. We are just adding that raw link inside this paragraph, and we are adding this one more paragraph with the link expires in 24 hours, just a notification for the user. The link will be active for the next 24 hours, and we are closing this div. just a regular HTML content. Of course, you can tweak it, you can change it as per your requirement. Next, we need to inject the email service. So for that, I am going to add private final email service. Scroll down. After this, let's make use of the email service, and we are going to call the method send HTML email, and to this we are going to pass the user email address, new user.get email. This is the email address. Next, the to email address. Next, we need to add the subject, right? So subject, I will set this to verify your email and HTML content. Save this. Perfect. Now we all set to test our implementation. Let's recap what we have done one more time. The very first step what we have added is we have added the inside our pom.xml we have added this mail dependency. Next, we have created an account in Brevo and we get the SMTP server details. This SMTP server, port, login ID and the master password, all the information we have gathered. And in our application.properties file, we have added all the details like the host name, port, username, password, auth details, like SMTP protocol and the from email address. Also, we have added the application base URL. Next, inside our email service, we created a method to send the HTML content to send the email. We have created this method. Next, inside our auth service, we created a private method to send the verification email, right? Inside this, we are calling the email service method. Pretty straightforward. Let me stop this and we can restart the application to test our implementation. I'm going to restart this application. Application is restarted. Tomcat is started on port 8080. Now let's go to our Postman. I will change this to Bhushan and let's add the email address bhushanvlogs@gmail.com, password 123456 and some profile image URL. Now I'm going to click on this send. Boom, you can see user is created. We can verify it in the database. Let's go to our database and reload this. You can see bhushanvlogs@gmail.com. We should receive an verification email to our email address. Let's go to the browser and you can see I have already logged into my Gmail account and we get this email, verify your email. Click on this and I'm going to just you can see now we have this button verify email, or copy this link. This is the URL. This link expires in 24 hours. Exactly what we have written in our HTML content that is displayed in our email, which is good. Now upon clicking on this URL, what will happen, we'll see, of course, /verify email URI we haven't created in our handler method, but when I click on this, you can see we get this message, something went wrong, contact administrator, no static resource /API/auth/verify email, right? Now we have to create an API endpoint to this URL, right? And we have to get this token and we have to validate this token in our database. If this token matches, then we know that the user is verified. Then we have to update the verified property to true. That is the next step. Next, we need to verify the token. To do that, we are going to create a new API endpoint, which is /API/auth/verify email. This is going to be a HTTP GET method. We are going to create a new finder method in user repository to find the token. Next, we are going to create the service method to verify the token. And finally, we are going to update the property in our database, which is email verified to true. Let's open the IntelliJ. First of all, let's open the repository, user repository, and create the finder method, find by verification token. let's pass the token, the verification token. This is going to return the user object, but we're going to use the optional because we may get the user object, we may not get the user object. So let's use the optional and save this. Let's go to our controller. Before that, let's go to the service, which is auth service. And inside this auth service, I'm going to create a method to verify the email address. Public void verify email. And to this we can pass the token, and let's make use of the user repository find by verification token. To this we can pass the token, or else we can throw an exception, which is new runtime exception, invalid or expired verification token. I'm going to call this user, right? Okay, once we get the user, next I'm going to check the condition, because we wanted to check whether the token is expired or not, right? We get the token, but we have to validate whether if the user is clicked within the 24 hours or not. So for that, user dot get verification expires is not equal to null, and user dot get verification expires is before the local datetime dot now. From the current time, we are going to check the expiration time. If that is expired, then we are going to throw the runtime exception. Throw new runtime exception. Verification token has expired. Please request new one. Right? Okay, now we have added this condition, and in case if the token is valid, even if it is user has verifying before the 24 hours, then this condition becomes false. Then what we need to do is we need to check the token is we have to check whether we don't need to check anything. We can directly, because we have validated everything, right? The token is present because we are already passing this token, and we are finding the verification token, and we get the user, and from that token we are checking the token is not expired. We got to know that. Then we are going to update the email verified to true. So user dot set email verified, I'll set this to true. Next, user dot set verification token, I'll set this to null. User dot set verification expires, verification token and verification expires, I'll set this to null. User repository dot save, and I'm going to pass the user object. Perfect. Let's save this. Now we have a solid method in our auth service to verify the token. Let's call this method inside our controller. We can create a controller in our auth controller. We can create a handler method in auth controller. Public. Basically, we are going to make use of the API endpoint, which is /auth/verify email. This is going to return response entity, generic type, verify email. This is going to be a get mapping /verify email. Let's use the request param. This is going to be token, right? String token, and inside this let's add the try catch block, or even we don't need the try catch block. Let's make use of the auth service to call the verify email. Let's pass the token. This will be verified. In case of it is not verified, it is going to throw an exception. We have the global exception handler and it is going to handle it. And after we verify the email, we don't have to do anything actually. Just I'm going to return the response entity dot status. I'm going to just add the HTTP status to found dot location. I'm going to navigate to the URL, which is basically, let me do one thing for now. Let's get rid of this. I'm going to just return the response entity dot status HTTP status dot OK build, right? Later, when we have integrated our front-end application, we are going to come back and we are going to change this. After we verified, we have to automatically redirect to the login page. So that we are going to handle it later. But for now, let's keep it simple. Okay. Now let's save this. All right. With this, now we can test our implementation. So what I will do is I'm going to just stop the server and I'm going to restart it again. We already have the email address. Basically, we will click on the same email and we will see whether we can able to verify it or not, right? Let's go to our browser. Okay, let's do one thing. First of all, I'm going to close this. Okay, we will click on this verify email. Before that, let's go back and here I'll just do one thing. Instead of this build, I'm going to use a body and we can make use of the map.auth and we will pass the key value, which is message, the value, email verified successfully, right? This is fine. Let's save this, stop the server and restart this. Okay, now open the browser and I'm going to just click on this verify email. Boom, you can see email verified successfully. Let's see it in the database. The flag should be updated to true. Let's go back to our MongoDB and I'm going to, you can see email verified is false. I'm going to just refresh this. You can see email verified to true and also you can see the updated at the document has been updated. Perfect. Okay, finally we are completed our register functionality. Everything works as expected. Okay, after we register, we are going to send an email to the registered email address. The user will click on the link and the user will be verified. And we are updating the database. Also, we are handling the validations. So much of things we have done. Perfect. With this, now we are about to wrap up our section. But before that, let's go ahead and add the loggers because that is very important. We will add the loggers and we will take care of few best practices. The first thing, I'm going to add the loggers after this when we call this register method. Let's add log.info. Response from service. I will print this response and save this. Next, let's go to our register method and inside this register method, we are actually printing this request. And also after this save method, we can print the, okay, we don't need to print the log here. And after this send verification, let's go inside this send verification. I will just add this logger log.info inside auth service send verification email method, and I can print the new user. So wherever possible, just print the loggers, so that will help you a lot. You can also add the loggers in the catch block also. Log.error exception occurred at send verification email method. You can print the exception, get message, right, and save this. Next we have this verify email method. I will add the loggers, log.info inside auth service verify email method, right? Let's print the token. Perfect. Next we have this email service. Inside the email service, I will just print log.info inside email service send HTML email method. If you want, you can print the email addresses, the two email address, subject and HTML content. For now, I'm going to just print the HTML content. Save this. Ideally, we have to print all the parameters. Let's say print all three parameters, to subject and HTML. This will helps a lot in the debugging. Okay, I hope I have added everywhere. Okay, let's go inside the global exception handler. Here also I will add the loggers, log.info. Okay, let's quickly add the SL4J, log.info inside global exception handler inside the method which is handle validation exceptions. Okay, perfect. And I can copy the same and paste it here as well. Here this is going to be handle resource exists exception. Let's add here also the same loggers, paste it. This is going to be generic exception. Next, let's go to the auth controller, and here actually let me add the loggers here also, log.info inside auth controller register method. We can print the request. Next we have this verify email, log.info inside auth controller verify email method. Let's print the token, right? Let's save this. Okay, we have added a good amount of loggers everywhere. Why I have added this is very important. If you are learning, if you are a beginner, and if you are working in any of the project, it's a good practice to add the loggers at every intervals or each and every method. That will help a lot if any of the exception occurs in the production, or you cannot able to debug it, right? Because your application is deployed into the production server and you do not have any access to these IDEs, right? So these loggers will help a lot to track what is going on, which method is calling and what response you are getting. These are best practices. I hope you have learned something out of it. Okay, one last thing what I will do is I'm going to create a package util. I will create a one more Java class which is app constants, right? Inside this, let's create the variables private static final string, the base URL I can define, or I can just add, we have this auth controller. Okay, I can add these API endpoints. Okay, copy this auth controller and paste it, which is /API/auth. Next, private static final string. Now we have the, let's go to our auth controller. We have this /register. We can add this /register, right? And next, let's go to our auth controller. We have this verify email. Copy this. Verify email. Oops. Okay, now if I go back, okay, that's all, right? So now we can replace this with, okay, let me change this to, instead of auth, I can say, okay, let's keep it auth controller. Here I'll just mention the auth controller. Let's import this static. Let's import this. And next I can, this is going to be app constants and auth controller. Okay, ideally this should have been a public. Change this to public. Okay, and now we don't need this, get rid of this. And here it's going to be register. Perfect. This is going to be verify email, and save this. That's all. We have moved all the constants into the API endpoints into the app constants. Perfect. Let me stop the server and I'm going to restart it again. All right, now let's go to our database. I'm going to just remove all of these records. So delete this, right? Okay, now we don't have any records, so let's test it. And also I'm going to remove this test collection, drop this collection. Now we have this single collection which is users. Now let's go to our Postman and we have this Bhushan and bhushanvlogs@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 profile image URL, right? Now I'm going to click on this send. So let's see what is going to happen. Okay, so let's save this. I'll just go ahead and clear the screen, clear the console. Click, okay, click on this send. Boom, user is created. And if I go to the console, you can see all the logs, right? Inside the auth controller, inside the register method, okay, and inside the auth service, which is a register method, inside the auth service, send verification email, inside the email service, send HTML email has triggered, and finally we get the response from the service, like auth service, right? Everything you can see it in the console. Now let's go back to our database, refresh this, you can see the record has been inserted and you can see the email verified is false. Perfect. Let's go to our browser and open the inbox. We should see one more email, which is verify email. Click on this. Okay, you can see we get this verify email. I'm going to click on this email. We can also see the logs again, right? Click verify email. Boom, email verified successfully. You can see inside the verify email, right? Auth service, verify email. Perfect. Let's go back to our database and reload this. We should see the email verified to true. Awesome. Our end-to-end functionality is working as expected. So let me close all of this. Alright, let me clear this, and we have completed the functionality for the register API. Hi, welcome back to the next section. In this section, basically we are going to create a new endpoint for uploading the image. While creating the account, user will upload the image that we are going to focus on in this section. As a part of this section, the very first step is we need to add the Cloudinary dependency. We are going to use the Cloudinary to upload the images, and the Cloudinary will provide the public URL and we can store that public URL in our database. The second step is we need to add the Cloudinary configuration. We need to create the Cloudinary class and we are going to configure the API key and other details. And the third step is we need to create a service, which is file upload service, and where we will call the Cloudinary API to upload the image. And the fourth step is we need to create the API endpoint inside our controller. And finally, we have to test the endpoint. This is the development steps. So let's start it. Let's go to our IntelliJ. As I said before, the very first step is we need to create an account in Cloudinary. I have already created an account in Cloudinary. Go ahead and create the account in this URL, cloudinary.com. It's completely free. You don't have to pay any fee for this. Just go ahead and create an account. Once you create the account, if you click on this settings, and you will see this option API keys. And here we need to get these details, the cloud name and the API key and the secret key. We need to add these details inside our application.properties file. Let's open our application.properties file. I'm going to just add the comment Cloudinary information, Cloudinary dot cloud name. So we will provide the cloud name. Next, Cloudinary dot API key. Next, Cloudinary dot API secret. All these we need to add. Let's go to the browser, copy the cloud name, and also we need the API key. Copy this and paste it. Next we need the API secret, which is this. I'm not going to add it because I don't want to reveal my API secret key. Make sure do not share your API key and secret key with anybody. I'm going to just add password. Later I will come back and I'll change this. Okay, these are the information that we need to first add it inside our application or properties file. Next we need to add the dependency. We can go to the pom.xml and we can add the dependency, the Cloudinary dependency. How do we get the Cloudinary dependency? That we will get it in the documentation. Let's go to the documentation and search for Java Cloudinary doc and click on this very first one. Scroll down, you will see the dependency. Scroll down, you can see this is the dependency. So this dependency we are going to add it. Let me copy this and I will paste it. Of course, we need to add the version. we can add the version for this. I'm going to get rid of this, and the Cloudinary version is, at the time of this recording, the latest and stable is 1.34.0, and I'm going to reload the Maven changes. Okay, we are getting this error, that is group ID, which is cloudinary.http. Okay, I think this is going to be http 44. Okay, this is the one version which I have used earlier. Okay, so let's stick to this and let's save this. Okay, we have added this dependency. Of course, if you really want to get the dependency, you can just search for Maven Cloudinary dependency. You will get it from this Maven repository, or even you will get it from this Maven central. Okay, so if you go to this first option, which is Cloudinary core library, or you can see we have this http 4. Okay, if you click on this, you can see the version, okay, which I have used is 1.34.0. This is the version I have used. Okay, all right, so we have added this dependency inside our application. Now we need to create the configuration class. Open the project explorer, and inside the config package, create a new Java class, Cloudinary config. Let me increase the font. Okay, now we need to add the configuration details. First of all, I'm going to add the configuration annotation, because this is a configuration class. Now we need to load the API key, secret key, and cloud name from the application.properties file. So let's create the variables: private string cloud name, private string API key, private string API secret, right? So let's add the value annotation from org Spring Framework. $, within the flower brackets, we need to add those properties. I'll just copy this, paste it. Now let's go to our application.properties, copy this and paste it. Similarly, copy the API key property and paste it. Now I will just add the secret, which is this. All right, now we have added we are loading the application.properties file, API key, secret key, and cloud name. Next, we need to create a bean. Okay, public. This is going to return Cloudinary. This is going to be return Cloudinary. So Cloudinary we need to import this. So for some reason it is not coming. That is because, let's go to our pom.xml. I'm going to just cut this and reload this, and I will add it again and just reload this. Hopefully this time it should work. All right, yes, now we get this. I'm going to import this Cloudinary. Okay, make sure to just reload the Maven changes. Earlier when I added the dependency, it did not show the Maven changes, that's why. Okay, next, with this, now we are going to create the a Cloudinary object. So Cloudinary, we are going to use the constructor, and to this constructor we are going to pass the key value pairs. Okay, we need to basically pass the cloud name, API key, and secret key. So for that, what I can do is I will use the object utils dot as map. Okay, for this we can pass the key value pairs. The key will be cloud name. Let's pass the cloud name, and next we have the API key, API underscore key, API key. Next, API secret, API secret, right? All of this information we are going to add, and we are going to return this. Make sure that we need to add this a bean annotation. so that this is going to create a singleton bean when application starts, and we will get this Cloudinary object. Okay, now we have created the configuration class. Next, we need to create the file upload service class, and from there we are going to accept the multi-part file and we are going to upload it into the Cloudinary. Let's open the project explorer. Under the service package, create a new service which is file upload service. Let's increase the font. First of all, I'll add the service annotation, and I will also add the require R constructor so that I can use the constructor based injection. I'm going to inject the Cloudinary. Okay, next let's create a method public. This is going to return map string. Okay, this is going to return key value pair, which is string and string. Upload single image. To this we are going to pass the multi-part file. Okay, inside this what we will do is we are going to directly call the Cloudinary API to upload it into the Cloudinary service. Okay, so let me go to the documentation. So if I go to this, click back and click on this, scroll down, we should see the API endpoint, that how we can make an API call. Let me show you. Scroll down. Okay, you can see. Okay, this is actually the configuration, but if you scroll down, okay, let's go to image transformation or image and video upload, right? Scroll down and you can see this is how we are going to, we have this file. Okay, consider we have this multi-part file, and we are going to use this uploader.upload function to upload the image into the Cloudinary. Let's open our IntelliJ, and inside this, first let's make use of the Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload. We need to pass the multi-part file. So file dot get bytes, object utils dot as map, and we need to pass the resource type. So let's pass a key value pair, resource underscore type, which is going to be an image, right? Perfect. And this is going to return the response, and the response we can store it in a key value pair in a map. Okay, let's go to our browser. If you scroll down, you should see the response. Okay, this is the response. From this response, we are going to get this secure URL, right? Let's store that in a map string comma object. This is going to be image upload result. From this image upload result, we are going to get the the secure URL. So image upload result dot get, we're going to pass the key, which is secure underscore URL, right? And I'm going to store that in a map. The key will be string and value will also be string result, right? But this is going to be toString. But what I will do is I am going to, instead of this, so I'll just directly cut this. Let's return a map of, let's pass the key. We need to add the key, which is basically what I will do is I'm going to make use of the, okay, sorry, so let's go back. I'm going to just add the key, which is image URL, and the value will be image upload result dot get secure underscore URL dot toString, right? This will throw an exception. I'm going to just add the throws into the method signature, which is IO exception, right? And we are returning the map, which is key value. The key will be image URL, value will be the secure URL, the uploaded URL. Okay, now we can call this method inside our controller. Let's open the auth controller. Inside our auth controller, let me increase the font. I'm going to just create a new handler method, public. This is going to return a response entity of generic type, upload image. This will be a post mapping, upload image. This is the URI endpoint. Let's add the request part, because from the front end we are going to use the form data. So for that, let's use the request part. We need to specify the name, which is image, and which is of type multi-part file, right? Multi-part file. Inside this, I'm going to just make use of the file service, private final file upload service. Let's make use of the file upload service dot upload single image, and we can pass the multi-part file. Okay, let's add the throws IO exception. Perfect. And I'm going to just return the response entity. We will get the map, and let's store that in a map string comma string result, or we can make this as response, and we can return the response entity dot OK, and we can pass the response. That's it. And save this. All right, we can create a custom exception, and we can add the we can throw that custom exception in case of if any errors occurs inside this file upload service. That we can do that, but I'm gonna leave it up to you because we have already discussed how we can create the custom exceptions. With this, now let's test the API endpoint. I'm going to start the application. I have made the changes inside our application or properties file. I have added the API secret key, and now let me clear this and I'll minimize this. First of all, let's open the Postman, and we have this register and health check. I'm going to add one more API endpoint. I forgot to add it in the previous section. So let me duplicate this, which is going to be, if I go to the controller, auth controller, which is this one, the verify email. Okay, slash verify email. Let me copy this, and this is going to be verify email, right? Slash API slash auth slash verify email, and the name of this request is verify email. And to this we also need to pass the request param, which is token. Token is equal to, I can add a few characters. Okay, so let's save this. This is the email request, sorry, verify request. Next, let's create the next endpoint, which is upload image. I'm going to duplicate this. This is going to be upload profile. This is also going to be slash API slash auth upload image. Save this. To add the image into the request, so let's select the body and choose form data, and we can provide the key value pair. The key, if I go back to our controller, the key will be image, right? So I'm going to set this to image, and the type, it is going to be file. So we can select the file. I'm going to just select this file. Okay, so click on this open, and I'm going to just click on this send request, and it should send the request to the Cloudinary and it should upload the image and we should get the image URL back. Okay, so we can copy this URL and we can view this in the browser. You can see now the images are uploading into the Cloudinary. We can also check in the Cloudinary if you want. So if I go to the upload, or let's go to assets, or in the image, let's go to our let me go to our assets. You can see the recent uploads, right? So our images are uploading into the Cloudinary. Perfect, our endpoint is working. Now let's move this into the API constants. Let me add public static final string upload profile. Let's add this endpoint and I can copy this, add it into our auth controller. Save this. We can also add the loggers. Let me add log.info inside auth controller upload image, right? Save this, copy this, and let's go to our file upload service. I will also add the SL4J loggers. Let me add the log inside file upload service and inside the upload single image, right? And I can add the map, right, which is image upload result. Save this, or even we don't have to add everything, just get the key, secure URL dot toString. This is enough. Perfect. I'm going to stop the server and everything looks good. Let's wrap up this section. Let's go back to our notes and you can see we have completed the adding the Cloudinary dependency, Cloudinary configuration, file upload service, and create the endpoint, and we have tested the endpoint. Awesome. Let's see you in the next section. So let's look at the development steps. The very first step is to add the Spring Security dependency. And the second step is we need to configure the security filter chain. We have to tell to Spring Framework what is the API request is allowed, what is the API request does not require the authentication or authorization, and what is the API endpoint that requires the authorization and authentication. That we are going to do it through the security filter chain. We need to configure that. Next, we are going to encode the password while registering the new account. So far we are storing the passwords in a plain text. We are going to encode that. Next, we are going to create the login request. And the last step is we need to create the API endpoint for the login. Let's cover this in this section. Let's open the IntelliJ. The very first step is inside this pom.xml, we need to add the Spring Security dependency. I'll just copy this dependency and I will paste it. We can change this to security. And I'm going to reload the Maven changes. As soon as we add this dependency, the Spring Framework, what it will do is, the security framework, what it will do is, it is going to block all the API requests. If you try to make any API request, then it is going to throw the exception. It is not going to throw the exception, but it is going to show the login page where the user has to enter the username and password. Basically, it is going to block all the API requests. But we have to tell Spring Security there are few API endpoints that are that does not require the authorization or authentication. For example, login, register, and verify email. These does not require the authorization or authentication, right? We have to tell Spring Framework to does not include the authorization and authentication for those API endpoints. In order to do that, we are going to create the configuration class, and because in that configuration class we are going to configure the security filter chain, because when we add the Spring security, it is going to the each and every request before it enter into the dispatcher servlet, it first goes to the series of filter chains that we have to configure it. Inside our Java base package, we are going to create one more package. We already created this config package. Inside this, we are going to create a Java class which is going to be security config. First of all, we have to make this class as a configuration. So let's add the annotation configuration. Let's add the enable web security, and I'm going to also add the required args constructor. Inside this, see, first of all, what we need to do is we need to encode the password, right? We need to while registering the new account, we have to encode the password. So for that, first we can create a bean. The Spring Framework has provided an interface called password encoder, and it contains a lot of implementations classes. We can use the implementation class to encode the password. We can use the bcrypt password encoder to encrypt the password. So let's create the bean password encoder. Let's add the bean annotation. The Spring Framework, as soon as the application runs, it is going to create a bean out of it, and it is going to register it in the context. We are going to create a new object which is bcrypt password encoder, and save this. Right, we have created this bean. We can encode the password inside our service, which is auth service. We are just storing the plain password, right? If I go to document, here we are just storing the plain password. Instead of this, we are going to make use of the password encoder to encode the password. So let me inject that password encoder at the top. Let's inject. We are going to make use of the constructor based injection password encoder. I can call this password encoder. Scroll down, you will see the to document method. Here we are going to make use of the password encoder dot encode, and to this we are going to pass the plain password. This is going to encode the password, and save this. Okay, now we are encoding the password. Next time when we are registering a new account, we should verify in the database whether it is encoding the password or not. That is what our first check. Next, let's go to our security config, and here we need to create the security filter chain bean. I'm going to just create a method public security filter chain. Let's call this filter chain. We're going to inject the HTTP security. Let's add the bean annotation, and inside this, basically first of all, this is going to throws an exception, so I'm going to just add the exception to the method signature. And inside this, let's make use of the before that, we also need to configure the CORS, because later we are going to consume these API endpoints in our front-end application, and we have to tell Spring Framework that if any request comes from the any host, we have to allow those requests. So to do that, we are going to create a bean public course configuration source. Let's create a bean. I'm going to add the bean annotation. Inside this, let's make use of the course configuration class. Let's make use of this configuration to set the allowed origins. Let's make use of the arrays dot list. This arrays dot as list. We can specify the comma separated by host names. For now, I'm going to just specify localhost 5173 because this is the host that our React application will run in the future. Configuration dot set allowed methods arrays dot as list. We can specify the list of methods, which is get, post, put, patch, delete, and options. Okay. We can also set the allowed headers. Arrays dot as list. We can set a list. So better what I will do is I'm going to make it star. Ideally, we have to properly specify the headers. Let's say application/JSON and authorization. Like this we have to specify, but for now I'm going to just specify star. But in the production grade application, we have to specify the proper headers. Configuration dot set allow credentials. This I'll set this to true. Now I'm going to create a URL based course configuration source class. For this class, we are going to register the course configuration. Source dot set or register course configuration. I'm going to pass the configuration. The first parameter is the pattern and the second parameter is the configuration, and I'm going to just return the URL based configuration. I'm going to return it. Okay, now we have created the bean for course as well as password encoder and the filter chain. Now inside this filter chain, we have to tell what all the API endpoints that does not require the authorization or authentication. HTTP dot course. Let's add the let me use the lambda expression because this is going to take a supplier. Course dot configuration source, and to this we can pass this method, which is course configuration. CSRF, I'm going to disable it. And I'm going to authorize the HTTP request. Authorize HTTP request. We can specify the request matchers auth dot request matchers slash API slash auth slash register. The register endpoint does not require any authorization or authentication. Similarly, slash API slash auth slash login. This also does not require. Slash API slash API slash auth slash verify email. This also does not require any of the authorization or authentication. And we can add the we can call the method permit all. So this permit all specifies that these API endpoints that does not require any kind of authorization or authentication. But other than these, any API endpoints that requires the authorization and authentication. Also, we have to add one more, which is upload image / API / auth / upload image. These 4 API endpoints that does not require any authorization or authentication. And other than this, if any request, that should be authenticated. So we will add any request that should be authenticated. So other than these, any API endpoints that we make, that should be authenticated. Perfect. And after this, we can later we can add the session management and everything. But for now, I will also add session management. Later we are going to use the JWT token based authentication. We will add the session management details and also the custom filters and exception handling. Later we are going to add it. For now, we can return the, let me return the http.build because we are using a builder pattern. So I'm returning http.build. Perfect. So we have just configured the required beans, the security filter chain bean, password encoder bean, and CORS configuration source bean. Next, we will create the login request. So far we have added the dependency, the security dependency. We have configured the security filter chain. Also, we have encoded the password. Let's create this login request. Open the project explorer. Under this DTO, create a new Java class, which is going to be login request. I will add the data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, builder annotation. Let's add the fields: private string email, private string password. Let's add the validation rules. We will use the validation annotations, which is not blank annotation. We can add the message, which is email is required. And I will also add the email annotation. Email should be valid. And for the password, not blank annotation. Password is required. We can also add size annotation. We can provide the minimum and maximum. Minimum 6. Message, password. If I go to the register request, you can see that the password what we have given is 16, 6, minimum is 6 and maximum is 15. Just copy the same, and or even we can just, okay, sorry, we should not add this in the login. Sorry for that. Okay, in the login, we just need to add a password required validation. Okay, sorry about that. I was thinking that we are registering an account. In login request, we just need to add the not blank annotation. If the in case user did not enter the password, we have to tell them that the password is required. We should never tell that minimum password or the maximum password size in the login. Let's save this. Now we have created this login request. Next, we need to create the API endpoint inside our auth controller. Create a new API endpoint. This is going to be a post request. Public. We are going to return the response entity login. post mapping slash login is the API endpoint. We will make use of the request body. We are going to bind it to the login request. We have to validate the bean. So for that, I'm going to add the valid annotation. Perfect. Inside this, we are going to make an call to the service method. Before that, we need to create the service method. Let's go to our auth service. Inside our auth service, we are going to create a new method for login. Let me scroll all the way to the down. Public. This is going to return auth response. We already created the auth response in the previous sections. Login. This is going to accept the login request. Inside this, what we will do first, from the request we are going to get the email and we are going to check whether that email is present or not, whether the user is present for that particular email or not. For that, we already created the repository method which is find by email. Let's use that. User repository dot find by email. To this we can pass the email request dot get email, and this is going to return optional, so we can throw an exception in case if the user account is not found. Username not found exception. This is what we are going to throw, and we can pass the message which is invalid email or password. In case of the user account is found, we can store that in a variable user existing user. I'm going to call this existing user. So once we get the existing user, we should never return, we should not tell that okay, the user is account is successful. We have to validate the password, whether the password is correct or not. So how we are going to validate the password? Because in our database we will be encoding the password. Okay, we will not going to store the encoded the plain text passwords, right? We are going to store the passwords in an encoded format. We have to decode that and we have to verify it, right? But there is no option to decode the password. Instead, what we can do is we can match the password. Okay, whether the user while logging in, what the user is passing that password, and the database stored password, the encoded password, we can match that. If both are matches using some kind of a mechanism, then we can tell that the user is successfully logged in. So for that, the Spring Security has provided a method called matches through this encode password. Okay, if you remember, we have injected this password encoder, right? Using this password encoder, it provides a method called matches. Using that, we can check whether the password is correct or not. Let's make use of that. I'm going to write a condition if the password, okay, let me call the password encoder dot matches, and to this we are going to pass two parameters: the entered password while user logging in, whatever the login password, and the database password. We are going to check. If it is not equal, we are going to throw an exception. Okay, password encoder dot matches request dot get password, and the existing user dot get password. If it is matches, then it's a happy path. The password is matches, so that we have to allow the user. But if it is not matches, I'm going to add the not operator. If it is not matches, then we are going to throw an exception. Throw new username not found exception. We are going to just print a message. Please verify your email. Verify your email before logging in, or we can just show the same message. We don't want to show a different messages. Let's keep it consistent, invalid email or password. This is what we will display it. Perfect. In case if the password is matches, then we have to know that the user credentials are correct. We have to allow the user. We are going to return the success response. Of course, after this we have to create the JWT token. First, this is the very first step. Okay, the creating the JWT token is all about the second part. The first part is all about to log in the user. Now we can return the, basically what I will do is here I'm going to just write string token is equal to JWT token, right? This is the JWT token. Assume that later we are going to generate it, but for now we are just hard coding it as JWT token. Now I'm going to return this. So return response. Okay, do we have the method called toResponse? If I go to the toResponse, okay, we have this toResponse. We have the ID, name, email, and profile image, URL, subscription, and email verified, right? Okay, email verified. We need to actually okay, once the user okay, email is already verified. Okay, this is also fine. Subscription plan and created at, updated at, and token, right? Okay, so for this we will also add the token. New user, sorry, the token. What we can make is, or let's keep it one, let's do one thing. We don't need the token here, and the down we will add the token, right? So here I'm going to just call a method which is toResponse, and to this we can pass the existing user. Existing user I'm going to pass, and I'm going to call this existing user. Oops, sorry, this is going to be auth response. It is going to return. I will just make it as auth response return value, right? Now for this return value we need to set the token. So set token, the token will be the one which is going to generate it later. Okay, for now I'm hard coding it, but later we are going to generate the token. Perfect. We are returning the token, and I'm going to just call this return value. Perfect. Instead of return value, let's make this as response. This makes sense. Right. I hope you understand what we are trying to do here is, first we are going to check the email is present or not. For that, user account is present for that email. If the user account is present, then we are going to validate the password using the password encoder. And if the password is matches, then we are going to generate the JWT token. For now, we are just creating a dummy text. Later, we will generate the actual JWT token. And then we are calling the method toResponse to convert the to return the auth response. And for this auth response, since we are using this the reusable method, for this we are going to set the token and we are going to return it. Of course, here also we can set the token directly. We don't need to add it separately. We have this response. Here only we can set the token, but that's completely fine. We are going to add it here, right, separately. Okay, so now we have created this login API, not the complete API, but we have this service method. But now inside our auth controller, we are going to call that service method. let me go to the let's go to the, what I will do is I'm going to first we don't need this try catch block because we are already handling the exceptions in the globally. We don't need the try catch block. Let's make use of the auth service dot login, and to this we can pass the request object, and this is going to return the auth response. Once we get the response, we can return it. Return response entity dot OK, and we can pass the response. In case of any exceptions, user name not found or anything, we can throw the 404 status code. Now we can verify this. We can verify this API endpoint. Before that, before we test this API endpoint, what we need to do is we have to clean up the database. We have to store the data with the encoded password. Then only our login endpoint works, because here we have written a logic to check the password. We have to do that. So let's do that. Actually, I have already deleted the records. If I go to the MongoDB, and you can see there are no records inside this users collection. Now let's go back to our IntelliJ, and I'm going to start the application. Let's start this in debug mode. And you can see the application is started with no errors. Now let's go to our Postman. First of all, we have this health check API endpoint. I'm going to just click send. Let's see what will happen. You can see all of our API endpoints has been blocked. We forgot to enable this also, since this is an API health check API. What I will do is, inside our security config, we're going to add this request matchers slash actuator slash health. So if I add this, only this API endpoint will be accessible. But if I wanted all of the API endpoints that starts with the actuator, then I can do double star after the slash actuator slash. Then this says that if any request that comes after the actuator, that will be enabled, that will not be having the authorization or authentication. So if I wanted to do a multiple API endpoints, we can do like this by adding a double star. Let me stop this and restart this. If I go back to the Postman, click send, and you can see the status is up. All right. Now let's go to our register, and we have this payload bhushanvlogs@gmail.com. Password is 123456. Everything looks good. I'm going to just click on this send. Boom. You can see a user account is created. We can just verify the account. Let's go to our browser. I have already logged into my Gmail account. You can see we got this email, verify your email just now. Click on this, and I'm going to click on this verify email. Boom. You can see email verified successfully. All right. If I go back to our database and just reload this, you should see the new record, the new document has been created, and also email verified becomes true. Now let's go to our IntelliJ. We have the login API endpoint. Let's go to our Postman. I'm going to just duplicate this register API endpoint. Login. This is going to be /login, and save this. First, let's go to our body, and we have to add the email and password. and save this. So first of all, what I will do is I'm going to enter a wrong credentials and see what will happen. I'm going to click on this. First of all, let's see the validations, whether it is going to give us the validations or not. Let's remove the password and click send. Boom, you can see we get the bad request, validation failed, errors, password is required. Good. So let's add the password. First, let's add the incorrect password. Click send. Boom, you can see something went wrong. Contact administrator, invalid email or password. We get this message saying that invalid email or password. Perfect. You can decide whether which status code you wanted to show, whether you want to go with a 400. You can customize this. You can handle that global in the global exception handler. You can create a custom, you can create a handler method and we can catch it, but you can keep it as 500. You can do that also. It's up to you. I'm not going to cover that. You can handle it on your own if you want. Okay, now we are throwing this exception for the invalid password. Now let's enter the correct password, 1234556. I'm going to click send. Boom, you can see 200. We get this response, which means we also get the JWT token, which means the user is successfully logged in. But here is a catch. What I will do is, let's go back to our database. I am going to just modify this. Let me change the email verified to false and I will update this. Assume that the user has not verified the account, and if we try to log in, let's see what will happen. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, you can see still it is going to return the response. Ideally it should throw an exception, please verify your email account, right? Since the email is not verified, we have to add that check inside the login API endpoint. Let's modify our method. Let's open our IntelliJ, and inside our auth service we have this check. Just below this check we will add one more check. If we already have this existing user, if the existing user dot is email verified is not true, I'm going to just add the not operator. If it is not verified, we are going to throw an exception, throw new runtime exception, please verify your email before logging in. Let's save this. I'm going to stop the server and I will restart this. Now let's see what will happen. Open the Postman and click send. Boom, you can see now we get the message, something went wrong, contact administrator, and the error says please verify your email before logging in. Perfect. Now let's go back to our database, and here I will change this to true because we have already verified it. I'm going to make this true. Click update. Now we have completed the login API endpoint as a first step. Now the second step is we need to generate the JWT token. Once the user is successfully not logged in, once the user is successfully verified whether the credentials are correct and the email is verified and the user account is present, all of these validation checks is completed, we need to basically generate the JWT token. So to generate the JWT token, we are going to use a library JJWT. So using that JJWT library, we can generate the JWT tokens. Open our Postman, not the Postman, inside our pom.xml, we will add the dependency. Let me increase the font and in the down, we're going to add the JWT related dependencies. So I have already added to my clipboard the 3 dependencies. I will just paste it here. We need to add these 3 dependencies as a part of the JWT token. The very first one is io.json web token, and this will provide the JWT API, and this is the version. Of course, you can, if you have, while you are creating this application, if there is any new version is available, feel free to use that. We also have this implementation, the JWT implementation is available, and we are going to add this dependency and this web token as well, right? We are going to add these 3 dependencies, and we need to reload the Maven changes. Perfect. Next, we are going to create a util class. The util class contains some utility methods like generating the token and validating the token, and whether to extract the user ID from the token, whether the token is expired or not. Like the utility methods it is going to contain, we are going to create that class. So let's, inside our util, we have this already a util package, create a new Java class. It is going to be JWT util. We can add the component annotation so that it is going to create a bean out of it. Application runs. We need to add the secret key. We need the JWT secret key, and also we need to specify the we need to also configure the expiration. We can directly add the expiration here in this file, but it's always a good practice to move that into the application.properties file. Let's open the application.properties file, and inside this, what I will do is at the very end, we are going to add the JWT related configurations. So I will add the comment JWT configuration, JWT secret, and JWT expiration. For the JWT secret key, you can add a long string, but I'm going to just add this your secret key here, change this in production with more secure and complicated key, right? I'll just add this, but make sure that if you are developing for a production grade application, this will be even more secure, and we should not even add it inside this application.properties file. Ideally, we're going to move it into the AWS secret manager or a vault, some kind of a secret mechanism that will be organization will be using, it will be used. We're going to move in that place. We will also add the expiration. We're going to add it in the milliseconds, right? This is basically a 24 hours, and save this. Right, now we have to load these properties inside our JWT util. Private, let's add string JWT secret. Let's add the value annotation. JWT dot secret. Similarly, let's load the expiration also. Private long JWT expiration. Provide the property name JWT dot expiration. Now the very first method that we're going to create is generate token. Public string generate token. To generate the token, we are going to pass the user ID for this method. First, I'm going to create a date object. Get the current date. Next, expiry date also I'm going to calculate. And for this expiry date, let's make use of the current date, get the time, and for this time let's add the JWT expiration, basically the 24 hours. Okay, now we have the current date and the expiry date. Now we will make use of the builder pattern, JWT start builder. Let's add the subject, set subject. Inside the subject we are going to add the user ID, set the issued at. When we have issued this, we are going to add that time, which is the current time. Next, expiration, we will add the expiry date and sign in with, and we're going to add the signature. So for this I'm going to call a method get sign in key. This is a private method, and on this I'm going to call the compact method. Perfect. Now we need to create this private method, which is get sign in key. Let's create this private method. Okay, now for this get sign in key, what I will do is I'm going to, let me think what we can do is, for this get sign in key, we can make use of the, okay, so let's do one thing. Let's make use of the keys. We have this keys from the io.json web token.security. So let's use this keys dot, we can use this HMAC shock key for, and for this we are going to pass the JWT secret key. We are going to convert it into bytes. Perfect. And we are going to return this. So basically we are going to, for the sign in key, we have to sign this key, and we are going to use the secret key to make use of this method keys.hmac shock key for, and inside this we are going to pass the JWT secret key. This will be very bit confusing if you are new to Spring security framework, but just remember that we have to, while generating the JWT token, we have to sign that key, and for that we are going to pass the key. Alright. Okay, now let's make use of this generate token method inside our register or the auth controller. Let's go to our, not the auth controller, let's go to our auth service. Inside our auth service, here we are generating the JWT token. Now we will inject the JWT util at the top. Let's scroll up, private final JWT util at the, in the very end we will make use of the JWT util dot generate token, and to this we need to pass the user ID. So existing user dot get ID, this is the user ID, and this will give us the token, and that same token we are going to set it to our response, the auth response. Now with this I'm going to stop the server, and let me restart this. Now let's log in and see what do we happen. I'm going to click on this. Okay, let me give 1 2 3 4 5 6, click send. Boom, you can see we get the JWT token, which has 3 parts, the first part and the second part and the third part, right? I hope you are familiar with the JWT tokens. Do not worry too much about the JWT token. It's pretty simple. It has 3 parts. The first 2 parts can be easily encoded on their, in the website called jwt.io, which is basically contains the payload information and the algorithm that we have used. The third part is basically contains the sensitive information, and we can only encode this with the help of the secret key. If you have the secret key, that we can, using the secret key we can encode this. Right, now we have this JWT token we are generating. Next we have to validate this JWT token for every subsequent request. So for that we are going to create a filter, that is the custom filter, And the custom filter is responsible for validating this JWT token. Next, we need to create the custom filter to validate the JWT token. Next, we need to register that filter. Inside our security config, we are going to register that custom filter to validate the JWT token. And finally, we are going to create the JWT authentication entry point to handle the authentication exceptions. Let's open the IntelliJ. Open the Project Explorer. Let's create a new package called security. Under this package, create a new Java class. This is going to be JWT authentication filter. Okay, so first of all, what we have to do is I will add the component annotation and make sure that we have to extend this with the once per request filter. This is also a filter, but which is created by Spring Team. Now we are going to extend this a custom filter so that we can override a method which is do filter internal. Let's hover on this and you will see this more actions and we can implement the methods. So just click on this. There is a single method which is do filter internal. Okay, now we have this method. See, first of all, what we need to do is I'm going to inject the util, the JWT util, which we have created, private final JWT util. I will mark this request required args constructor for the constructor based injection. I will also inject the user repository. Right, scroll down and inside this to filter internal, we have this request and response. Okay, from the request, we are going to first get the JWT token. Let's do that. I'm going to make use of the request.get header. We will pass the header name, which is authorization. And I'm going to call this auth header. We get the auth header. Next, let's create a variable for token to store this token. Also, I'm going to store the user ID in a variable. Okay, we have all these variables. Now I'm going to write a condition, the if condition. We need to check whether it starts with a bearer keyword or not, the authorization. The auth header is not equal to null and auth header dot get header, sorry, not the get header, this is going to be a start with. Auth header dot starts with, if it is starts with bearer, then we have to perform few operations, right? So if it is starts with a bearer, what I will do is I'm going to get the token. Auth header dot substring, we will specify the starting index, which is 7. This will give us the token. I can store that in a variable called token. Now inside the try catch block, I will just write, I'm going to get the user ID from the JWT token, right? So let's add the catch block. This is going to be throws an exception, and here we can just log the message. Okay, we can add the loggers. Let me add the SL4J. I will just add, do not throw any exception. Okay, just add log.error. Token is not valid or not available, right? Perfect. And inside this try catch block, we will make use of the JWT util dot. We are going to create a method which is get user ID from token. Of course, this method is not present. We are going to create it in just a bit. So let's pass the token for this. This will give us the user ID. User ID. Perfect. Now we have this user ID. Next, what I will do is we need to create this method inside our JWT util. I'm going to create this method, right? This is a public method. Inside this, basically what I will do is I'm going to make use of the JWTs dot. We have this method called parser. Let's use the builder, not the builder, actually we need this parser, and set sign in key, and we are going to call the method get sign in key. We are going to get the sign in key to set the sign in key, and then we are going to call a method parse claims JWS. We will pass the token and we will call the get body method, right? This is going to give us the claims. I can call this claims, and once we get the claims, we are going to get the subject from the claims. Claims dot get subject. The subject, if you remember, in the subject we have stored the user ID, right? And this subject will gives us the user ID. Inside our custom filter, we will get the user ID. Fine. Once we get the user ID, in case if the user ID did not get, we are going to log the error. And once we get the user ID, once we get the token, next what we need to do is I'm going to just set the context, the security context we need to set. So for that, if the user ID is not equal to null, and security context holder dot get context dot get authentication. If the authentication is equal to null, okay, the goal of this condition is to set the security context holder. Okay, so for that we are going to check the authentication, and if the authentication is null, we are going to just write the try catch block. Inside the try block, we are going to validate the JWT token. So JWT util, we are going to create a one more method which is validate token. To this we can pass the token. This is going to return a boolean value. I am going to just validate the token. Let's open the util, which is JWT util. Inside this, let's create the method. Let's create that method. Public. This is going to return boolean validate token. This is going to take token as a parameter. Inside this, we can write the try catch block. This is going to throw JWT exception or illegal argument exception. Inside this try block, we will make use of the JWT's API dot parser. This is going to be parser dot set sign in key. We can set the sign in key, which is get sign in key. We're going to call this private method, which we have already created here, right? And we will also call the parse claims JWT. Okay, and we are going to pass the token for this, and we are going to return true. In case of any exceptions, we are going to return false. This is one method which is going to validate the token, and the another method is we have to check whether the token is expired or not. Public boolean is token expired. Again, we will pass the token as a parameter. Inside this, let's add the try catch block. This is going to throw either JWT exception or illegal argument exception. I can return the I can return true because we wanted to check the token is expired or not. If it is expired, we need to return the boolean value, which is false. And here I'm going to just write claims. I can call this claims parser dot set sign in key. We can set the sign in key. I'll call this get sign in key and parse claim JWTs. To this we are going to pass the token. I'm going to call the get body method, and I can return the boolean value if it is expired. Okay, I can return true if it is expired. Claims dot get expiration. If it is before the current time, if it is expired, then we are going to return true. Perfect. And save this. All right. Next, we are going to call this method inside our service method. So not the service method, authentication filter. So here this is going to return if the token is validated, this is going to return true. If the token is valid, we also need to check whether the token is expired. For that we are going to call the is token expired. I'm going to add the not operator. If the token is not expired, then we are going to, if the token is not expired and also if the token is valid, then inside this what we will do is we are going to make use of the user repo dot find by ID, and to this we can pass the user ID, or else we are going to throw an exception, or I can set the null. I'm going to call this user, right? Better what I will do is I'm going to throw an exception, new username not found exception, user not found, and I will write the condition if, okay, this actually we don't need any if condition. I can directly write it, which is username password authentication token auth token is equal to new username password authentication token, and for this we need to pass the user. The second parameter is null, which is nothing but the credentials, and the roles. Okay, I'm going to pass it because we are not dealing with the roles. I will set the new array list, the empty list, and auth token dot set the details. We need to set the details, right? So for this we will use the web authentication details source. This is the one, build details, and to this we are going to set the request. Okay, we need to pass all the request details to this web authentication details source. So that is why we are setting the request, and we are going to set the security context holder dot get context dot set authentication. We are going to set the auth token. Perfect. And in case of any exceptions, we are going to throw an exception. I'll just add the log.error. Exception occurred while validating the token. Okay, and after all of this we need to send the request and response object to the next filter chain. So for that, filter chain dot do filter request and response. We are going to pass it to the next filter. All right, now we're getting this error. That is because we have to add it after this package. Oops, I think we have added it in the correct place, but let me add it here and save this. We are getting the error. That is because looks like we need to, okay, this is actually lambda expression, right? Okay, let's save this. Okay, now we have our authentication filter is ready. Now we have to register this authentication filter inside our security config. Let's go to our security config and see, first of all, at the very top we need to inject it. Okay, we need to inject the authentication filter, private final authentication, sorry, JWT authentication filter, and now we will register this. So to register this, what we will do is, first of all, we are going to set the session management. So session management, let's set the session. I'll just add this session dot creation policy, session dot set session dot session creation policy, which is going to be stateless, because every request we don't have to maintain any state. Okay, session creation policy, we're going to set this to stateless. And after this, I will add the add filter. Before, we're going to add the filter before the one of the filter, which is authentication username password authentication filter. So now we will register our authentication filter. The next filter is username password authentication filter. So before this filter, we are going to add our JWT authentication filter. So this is going to be responsible for validating the token. Right, let's save this. We need to do just one last thing. In case of any exceptions, we have to catch that exception. So for that, we are going to create the exception handler. So inside our security, let's create a new Java class, JWT authentication entry point. Authentication entry point. I will just implement this class with authentication entry point, right? And I can add the annotation component. Inside this, first of all, we need to override the method. Okay, let's implement this method. We have this common comments method. Inside this comments method, we will get the request, response, and the authentication exception. Why the authentication exception is throwing. So we can utilize those all the informations. So response.set content type, I will set this to application/JSON. Response.set status, I will set the status to HTTP servlet response. I will set this to forbidden. We can set this to unauthorized. Next, because after the user is logged in, we will, for the every subsequent request, we are going to validate the token, right? So at the time, in case of the token is not valid, we are going to throw an exception. So we are going to throw as unauthorized. Let's create a map. Error response, new hash map. Let's set the data. We're going to add the key value, which is message. The value will be not authorized, no token. Object mapper, new object mapper, mapper dot write value. We can add the response dot get output stream error response, right? So we're going to add all of this informations. All right, now we have to again register this JWT authentication entry point in our security config. So let's go to our security config. We have our basically what I will do is I'm going to just add after this filter, right? After this filter, let's add the exception handling. Let's use the lambda expression, exception dot authentication entry point, which is going to be new JWT authentication entry point. This object we're going to pass it and save this. That's it. Now we have created all the necessary details. We have added the filter. We have registered our filter inside our security config. We are handling the exception through the authentication exception handling using this entry point. And also we are creating our JWT util to validate the token and to check whether the token is expired or not. Okay, now all we need to do is we need to test our code. To test this, to test our exactly the token validation, I'm going to create a new endpoint just for the testing purpose. Inside our controller package, we have this auth controller. I will just create public. This is going to be just a string test validation token, right? And this will be our get mapping. We can add /auth/ validate, and we don't need to pass anything, just we can return token validation is working, right? So in order to access this API endpoint, we need the token, right? So we can test it in that way. First of all, I'm going to stop the server and I will restart it. Okay, now we can log into our application. This is our, let's go to our register. We have this login, abhushanvlogs@gmail.com 123456. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get this token. Take this token and let's open a new tab, and this is going to be HTTP localhost auth login. Instead of this login, this is going to be validate. What is that endpoint? Validate, right? Validate. And this is going to be HTTP GET request. Inside our authorization or headers, we can pass the authorization. We will pass the bearer token. Let's attach the keyword bearer and let me add this authorization. Now I'm going to click on this send. Something went wrong, contact administrator. Awesome. Actually, it should have been giving us the success response, but for some reason it is not giving. Inside global exception handler handles generic exception. Why is this throwing? That is because we have a, okay, this is, let me see that, what is the endpoint? Auth controller, which is /API/auth. This is not required. Let me get rid of this. Now let me restart this again. I have added the auth here. Why? Double time. That is why. Now if I go ahead and click on this send, boom, you can see now the token validation is working. Suppose if I go ahead and remove this token and if I try to access this, we get this 401 unauthorized message, not authorized, no token. Perfect. Awesome. So our implementation is working as expected. So far we have created the login API, register API, and verify email, health check API, and everything we have added, and also upload the profile. And we are also validating the token. From with this, we will go ahead and start creating our API endpoint for our resume builder. In this section, we will create a new API endpoint to resend the verification email. For example, the user has been crossed 24 hours to verify his email address. Very first time when the user registered an account, we are going to send an email verification. Suppose there will be a 24 hours window to activate the profile, but in case if the user has forgot to activate his account and after the 24 hours he tried to activate the account, but the account will not be activated. In that case, user can send the verification resend verification email. He can opt for the resend verification email, so that again we will send one more verification email. User can verify his account. That's exactly we are going to create the API endpoint for that. Before create that API endpoint, we have to do some cleanup activities. That is, we have created this API endpoint /validate just to validate the token. I'm going to remove this. We don't need this at all. And next, I'm going to move this into a constant. So let's cut this and open the constants file, which is app constants, and I will create the new variable, which is public static final string login. Right now we can reference this login inside our auth controller. All right, okay, let's save this. Right, next we need to create the new API endpoint inside this. So let's create the new API endpoint for the Resend verification. Public, this is going to return the response entity of a generic type. I can call this Resend verification, and I will add, this is going to be a post mapping. I will add the URI path, which is Resend verification. Again, we can move this into our constants. So I'll just cut this inside our app constants. I will create a variable public static final string Resend verification. Now we can use this variable inside our controller, and we need to accept the request body. Let's use the map. User will just send the email address. I can call this body, a request body, anything. Inside this, I'm gonna just write the try catch block, or even we don't need this try catch block because we already handled the exception inside our, if I go to the source main Java and we have this exception, we already have this global exception handler and we have the exceptions, right? So we don't need to handle it explicitly inside our auth controller. Right here, the very first step what we need to do is, I'm gonna write the comments for the reference. Basically, we need to call the service method. Before that, first we need to get the email from the request, right? And the second step, what we need to do is, we need to validate, or I can say add the validations. Okay, we need to add the validations. Next, we need to, the step third is call the service method to send the or resend the verification link. And then the step 4 is to return the response. These 4 steps we need to do inside our controller. Okay, first what we will do is, we will create the service method. Before that, I will just complete the first step and the second step. The very first step is to, we need to get the email from the body. Body.get, we can pass the key, which is email. I can store that in a variable called email, right? Now we get the email. Once we get the email, in the second step, we are going to add the validation. I will just add if condition. Inside this if condition, for the null check, we can directly use email is equal to null, or even the better option is objects.isNull. Okay, we can use this method. If the objects.isNull, if you go inside this method, it is going to basically check for the null. Okay, we can use this objects.isNull method, and inside this isNull we can pass the email. If it is null, then we are going to throw the exception, return response entity dot bad request body, and in the body I can return a map with a key value pair. The key will be message, the value will be email is required. Just the basic validation I will add. This is the step 2. And the step 3 is we need to call the service method. So for the service method, we can make use of the auth service. Of course, we haven't created the service method, but just call the method, then we can create the method. Auth service dot resend verification. And to this we can pass the email address. This is not going to return anything. It will just resend the email. That's it. And the last step, the fourth step is we need to return the response. We need to return the success response. Return response entity dot OK. We can return a map of, and we can pass the key value pair success. I'll set this to true, and the second key, it will be message. The value will be verification email sent. Perfect. Let's save this. Alright, now we have created the controller for the resend verification. The API endpoint we have created. Next we need to create this service method. Let's create this method inside our service class. Right. Now inside this, I'm gonna just write the steps what exactly we need to do. The very first step is what we need to do is we need to find the user based on the email. Fetch the user account by email. This is the first step. And the second step is, in case if the user did not found, we are going to throw the exception. In case if the user account is found, then we have to check whether the email is verified or not, right? Check the email is verified. If the email is already verified, again we are going to throw the exception. In case if the email is not verified, then in the third step we are going to set the new verification token, right? And we are going to also set the expiration, new verification token and expires time. This we are going to set. Next, once we set these new expiration time and the new verification token, we are going to store that in a database or update the user, because we need to update the user details with a new verification token and new expiration time. And the last step is resend the verification email. This is what we need to do. Okay, let's start with the step 1. The first step is to fetch the user account by email. So for that, we can make use of the user repository dot find by email. We already have this finder method, and to this we can pass the email address. This is going to return optional. We can throw an exception in case if the user account did not found, or else throw. This is going to pass a lambda expression. Basically this will accept the supplier and new runtime exception, and I can pass the message that is email is already, sorry, not the verified, this is not what we want to pass, user not found. In case if the user account is found, we are going to store that in a variable user. Perfect. This is the very first step. And the second step is we need to check whether the email is verified if the user account is found. So for that, let's write the condition if the user dot is email verified? This is going to return boolean. If it is verified, then we need to throw an exception, runtime exception. Email is already verified, right? Perfect. In case if the email is not verified, we are going to set the new verification token and the expiration time. So for that, user dot set verification token uuid dot random uuid dot toString. We will make use of this uuid. Also expiration time, set the expiration, set verification expires. We will make use of the local date time dot now, and we are going to add the plus hours 24 hours. From the current time, we are going to add 24 hours, right? And after this, in the fourth step, we are going to, now we have set the new verification token and the expiration time. We need to update in the database. Let's save this in the database. User repository dot save. We can pass the user. And the last step is we need to send the verification email. So for that, we already have the method, which is verify email, or not the verify email, this one, okay, send verification email. This method we are going to call it this private method. So for this, we are going to pass the new user, and based on that, we are going to construct the URL HTML template, and we are going to send the HTML email. Scroll down. Let's call this method, which is send verification email. We can pass the user. That's it. Let's save this. And now our service method is completed. And this service method we are calling inside our auth controller, right? Perfect. Now we all set to test this API endpoint. Let's start the application and test it. How we are going to test it? We are going to test with the existing email address and with the empty email address. We are going to check all the validations. Then we will check for the success scenario. Let me start the application in debug mode first. First, what we will do is inside our database, already we have this user account bhushanvlogs@gmail.com, which is verified. We will resend the email verification to this email address, and we will try to verify the email, and let's see what will happen. It should throw an exception because the email is already verified. Let's go to our Postman, and inside this Postman, what I will do is I'm going to just duplicate this. Okay. Before that, what we need to do is one more thing. What we need to do is, if I go to the application, our auth controller, this is the endpoint, right? This endpoint does not require the authorization or authentication. So we have to add this inside our security config to permit this URI endpoint. Otherwise, it is going to throw a unauthorized, right? Let's go to our security config. We have added this bunch of API endpoint, right? Similarly, we are going to add one more, which is /API/auth/ if I go to the controller, this is the endpoint. So let me copy this. Let's add it here. Now we are going to permit this without authorization and authentication, right? Okay, now I'm going to restart this. So let me stop and rerun. All right, now let me minimize this, and let's go to our MongoDB. This is the email address. I can copy the email address, go to your Postman. I am going to just duplicate this register. Let me duplicate this. This is going to resend verification email. This is the API endpoint. This is the API, and the API endpoint is, this is going to be /auth resend verification, and inside our body, let's get rid of this email. Let's pass the email address which we have copied from our MongoDB database. Perfect. Now let's save this. And as I said before, this does not require any authorization and authentication. I'm going to just click on this Resend verification, and you can see we get the 500 internal server error. Something went wrong. Contact administrator. The error is email is already verified. So the email is already verified, and we don't need to resend this verification, right? From the UI, there will be a one button, resend verification, and the user will try to enter the email address and he will click the resend verification button. At the time, we are going to call this API and we are going to check whether the email is verified or not. Suppose if the email is not verified, then we are going to send the verification email to the registered email address, which is this. Perfect. Now what I will do is one more validation I'm going to check. Suppose I'm not going to provide this, and I'm going to just click on this send. We get this validation message that is email is required. Perfect. We have completed the 2 test cases. Now let's go to our MongoDB, and here what I will do is I'm going to delete this record. Let's refresh this. Now we don't have this account. Let's go to our Postman, and I'm going to click on this send. Okay, still we are getting this 500 internal server error, user not found. Okay, the user account is not present. That's why we are getting this. Perfect. This is the another scenario that we have tested. That is, whenever if I go to our controller, not the controller, if I go to the service, let's go to controller and go to this resend verification. You can see we are adding this step 1, right? If the user did not found, and if we try to send the verification, then it should throw this exception, runtime exception, which is user not found. Perfect. Now what I'll do is just go ahead and create a new user account, register, and let me click on this send. It should send the email address, and also user should create an account. If I go to the database, reload this, now you can see we have created this account. Let's go to our Gmail. I have already logged into my account. You can see now we get this verify email, which is correct. Like, this is just the registration flow. Just click on this and click on this verify email. Boom, email is verified. Perfect. If I go to the MongoDB database, I'm going to reload this. You can see the email is verified true. Now what I will do is I'm going to just make this as false, right? I'm going to make this as false, and I will just click on this update. Perfect. Now we need to test our resend verification actual flow. Okay, for this, if I go to the Postman and go to our resend verification email, here I'm going to send the API. Now verification email sent, success true. Now we should have been received a one more email. If I go to the Gmail, and you can see we get a new email, verify email, just 0 minutes ago. And now if I go to the MongoDB database, let me reload this. You can see now we have this new verification token, and verification expires. The email is verified is false. Now I can verify this, right? Let's say suppose even after 24 hours, if the user still did not activate his account, still the user did not verified, then this will expire. Again, he has to send the one more verification email, right? The cycle goes on until unless the user is verified. After 24 hours, it will be keep on expiring, and user keep on sending the verification, and it can extend. Right, now I'm going to click on this verify email. Boom, email verified successfully. Perfect. And if I refresh this, you can see email verified true. Perfect. All right. So with this, now we have executed all the test cases, right? Whenever we are creating the API, whenever we are working on a new development, make sure we have to test all the scenarios. We have to act as a tester. The developer should also act as a tester and he should test all the, at least the basic sanity he has to do. Perfect. So now our verification API endpoint is created. In the next section, we can create a one more API endpoint, which is to get the user profile. I will see you in the next section. In this section, we are going to create a new API endpoint to get the current user profile. Once the user is logged in, we want to get the current logged in user profile. This API we are going to create in this section. So the very first step is inside our auth controller, we need to create a new handler method, public. This is going to return a response entity of generic type, and I'm going to call this get profile. This is going to be a get mapping, and I will add the URI path as /profile. We can move this into our app constants. I will create the variable public static final string profile. Now we can use this variable inside our auth controller, and for this get profile I am going to inject the authentication object from the security.core package. Right. Inside this, first of all, I'm going to just write down the steps what exactly we need to do. The very first step is we need to, from this authentication object, we need to get the principal object, get the principal object, and we can convert that principal object into an user object. And the second step is we need to call the service method. We need to call that service, because once we get the principal object, we can directly cast that into a user object, or what we can do is we can even call the service method. Inside our service method we can cast that into an user object, and from there we can again convert that into a proper response and we can send it back. Basically we need to call the service method to typecast it or to send the proper response. And the third step is we need to return the response. These are the three steps that we need to perform. Okay, the very first step is from this authentication object we need to get the principal object. If you can see the return type get principal object, it is going to return an object, right? Now we can again typecast this into an user object. In case if the principal object is not found, this is going to throw an exception, right? Now we are going to typecast that into an user object. I can store that in a variable user existing user, right? We get the principal object and we are going to convert that into an we are going to typecast it. Or even what we can do is, instead of this I can just remove this. We can get the principal object. This is going to return an object principal object, and this principal object we can pass it to the service method. Anything is fine. Let's call the service method. Of course we haven't created the service method. Let's create it in just a bit, but let's use the auth service dot, I can call the method get profile, and to this we can pass the principal object. This is going to give us the auth response which we have already created previously, and I can call this current profile. Once we get the current profile, the third step is we need to return the response. Return response entity dot OK, and we can pass the current profile, right? And save this. Perfect. Now we can create this service method, and inside this service method basically we are going to typecast this into an user object. Principal object, I can typecast this into an user object, and I can call this user existing user. Now we get the existing user. Now we can convert this existing user into a proper response. So for that we can make use of the toResponse method, and I can pass the existing user and I can directly return this. Perfect. If you look at this response, we already have this ID, name, email, profile image, email verified, subscription plan, created at, updated at, everything is present, right? Perfect. Now what we need to do is, we already created this get profile service method. Inside our auth controller we are calling the method. With all of these changes we can test the API endpoint. As I said before, this API endpoint is a protected endpoint. We are not going to add this inside our security config because all these API endpoints are not required authorization and authentication, but this API endpoint get profile should contain the JWT token. That's why we are not going to add it inside our security config. Okay, with this I'm going to just restart the application so that we can test this API endpoint. Okay, now go to the Postman. I'm going to just duplicate this verify email, duplicate this. The very first thing what I will do is, let's go to our authorization. I will set this to inherit auth from the parent, which is good, and this I'm going to change it to profile, right? And now we don't need to pass anything for this. I'll just change the request name to get current profile and save this. But let's go to our login. We already have the account. I'm going to click on this send. We get the JWT token, copy the JWT token, and inside our collection make sure to select the auth type as bearer token and add the token and save this. Since in our get current profile the authorization is selecting as inherit auth from the parent, it is going to use the token which we have added to our collection. Now before that I'll just make this as no auth and click send. Boom, we get this unauthorized. Perfect, which is expected. Now I will set this inherit auth from the parent, click send. Boom, we get the complete details like ID, name, email, profile URL, subscription plan, email verified, created at, updated at. Awesome, our API endpoint is working as expected. So let me switch back to our params and save this. Alright, now we have completed this get API endpoint to get the current profile. In the next section, we will continue with the other API endpoints. Hi, in this section, we are going to create the API endpoints for the resume model. We will create the endpoints for creating the resume, reading the user's resume, deleting the resume, updating the resume, and also uploading the image and thumbnails to the resume. Let's get started. So first of all, I'm going to close all the tabs. Now let's open the Project Explorer, and inside the controller, let's create a new controller. This is going to be resume controller. Let me expand this and I will increase the font. Let's add the necessary annotations. We will of course add the REST controller annotation to make this class as a REST API endpoint, and we will also add the request mapping /API/resumes, or I can just call it resume. Right, now we can just cut this and open the app constants, and we can add the constant here. Public static final string resume, right? And we can use this variable inside our controller. Let me import this. Perfect. Along with this, I will also add the required args constructor for the constructor based injection, and I will also add the SL4J for logging. Perfect. Next, we will also create the respective service class. Open the project explorer. Under the service, I will create a new Java class. This is going to be resume service. Let me increase the font. We can add the annotation service annotation and also required arg constructor and SL4J for the logging. Now, along with this, we will also create the repository. Before we create the repository, we also need to create the document object. So let's create the document object also. Inside our document package, create a new Java class. This is going to be resume. Let me increase the font and I'm going to expand this. First of all, I'm going to add the annotation, data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, builder annotation. Along with this, I will also add the document annotation because I want to map this Java object with the MongoDB collection. The collection name, I'm going to call this resumes. Right. Next, inside this, we are going to add the necessary fields. Private string ID. I want to make this ID as primary key field. So for that, I will add the ID annotation, @ID annotation, and I will just make the JSON property. I want this to be _ID. Okay. Next, because in MongoDB, _ID will be created. Perfect. Next, I'm going to also add the user ID because we wanted to store the user ID inside this document. For every resume has the user ID. So let's create the user ID. This will be of type string, and I'm going to just, we don't need to add any of the annotations for this. Let's add the title. This is basically the resume title. Next, private string thumbnail link. This thumbnail link is nothing but when we displaying the user resume, say in the dashboard, we wanted to display the resume thumbnails, right? So for that, we are going to add this field thumbnail link. Next, private, we are going to create a bunch of subclasses, or we can call it as nested classes. So I'm going to first create those subclasses or the nested classes. Public static class template. This will contain the theme. We wanted to, every resume has the theme, so we are going to add the theme. Next, private, we need to also provide the color palette. Let's add the list of strings. This will contain the color palette, the color codes, color palette, right? Perfect. And for this nested class, I will add the data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder annotation. Next, we will also create one more nested class, which is profile info. We will repeat the same thing, just copy this and paste it. And inside this profile info, we are going to add the profile image. So private string profile preview URL, private string full name, designation, summary, right? Perfect. Next, we will create the contact information, contact info. I will add the necessary annotations. Inside this, create the fields: email, phone number, location, LinkedIn profile ID or the profile URL. We will also add the GitHub private string and any personal website that also we can add. This is nothing but the contact info. Next, we have the work experience, public static class work experience. Let's add the same annotations, and inside this work experience, let's add the fields: private string company, in which company we have worked, private string what was our role, private string start date, private string end date, private string description. This is all about the work experience. Next, we will create the education, public static class education. We will add the same annotations, and inside this education we will add degree, institution, start date and end date, private string degree and institution, next we have the start date and end date, right? Next, after the education, we have the skills, public static class skill. Let's add the same annotations, and inside this private string the skill name, I can call this name. Next, progress, I will make this as integer. Next, I will also create one more class which is for project. Let's add the annotations, and inside the project we have the title of the project, description, GitHub link and the live URL, project live URL. Okay, private string title. Of course, you can customize it as per your needs. String description, private string GitHub link, live demo, right? Next, I will create one more class which is certification. Certification. We can add the annotations. For the certifications, it contains the title of the certification, issuer, and the year when we have completed the certification. Private string title, private string issuer, private string year, right? And the last class which we are going to create is public static class language. Let's add the same annotations. Of course, you can break this down and you can create a separate classes, but it doesn't make any sense. We are going to store all of these information in one just single document. The language, it contains the name, name of the language and progress. Private string name, private integer progress. All right. So we have the language, certification, project, skill, education, work experience, contact info, profile info, template. All these are the nested classes. Now we need to add these inside our parent class. Okay, we have this private template. I can call this template. Next, private profile info, private contact info. Next, the work experience is nothing but people can be worked in multiple companies, so we can make this as list of work experience. Education also, people can be did multiple degree. We can call this as list of education. People can have multiple skills. Let's make it list of skills. Private. Next, we have the projects. People can be worked in multiple projects, so let's make it list of project. Next, certifications also can be done multiple certifications. List of certification. Next, we have the languages. People can know multiple languages. I can call it as list language. Also the interests. Okay, we have created this interest, right? So scroll down. Okay, after the language, okay, people can also having hobbies. Okay, interests is nothing but hobbies. I can call this as interests. List of string. We don't need to create any separate class for this. Interests. We can also create the created at and updated at timestamps. Local date time, created at, local date time, updated at. We will add the annotation created date @ last modified date, right? And save this. Okay, now we have created this document object. We can also create the DTO object as well, and then we can create the repository. First, let's go to the repository and we can create the repository, which is resume repository. It is going to be an interface. We can extend this with Mongo repository. The type, document type, which is resume, and the primary key type is string. Inside this, we need to basically add the finder methods. We will come back later and we will add those finder methods. All right. Now we have the service class, controller class, and the document class and the repository as well. Now we can start creating the handler methods. First of all, I'm going to inject the service. Since we have added the required auth constructor, let's use the constructor based injection. Private final resume service. I can call this resume service. Now we can start adding the handler methods. Public response entity. This is going to return a generic type, and the method name is create resume. This is going to be a HTTP post request. We are going to bind the request body to a Java object, which we are going to create it in just a bit. So first let's add the request body annotation, and we are going to bind it to the request object, which is create resume request. I can call this request. We need to create this class. We're going to create it inside the DTO package. This is basically a DTO object. Let's put it inside the DTO. We need to add the necessary annotations. Let's add just the data annotation. We can also add all args constructor, no args constructor, and builder annotation. And actually we don't need the builder, no args, all args constructor, because it contains just a single field, right? And inside this we will add the title. Okay, and for this I am going to add the not blank annotation just for the validation. I can add the message, which is title is required, and save this. Now inside our resume controller, I can add the valid annotation to validate the bean. This is for the creating the resume, right? Next, I'm going to create a one more endpoint to read the user resumes, to fetch the resumes. Public is going to return the response entity. I can call this get user resumes. This is going to be a HTTP GET request. So let's add the GET mapping. And here I will add the, we don't need to pass any parameter to it. We are going to get the user ID from the authentication object. Next, let's create a one more endpoint. Before that, let's go to our request mapping resume constants. I can just make this as resumes. So just to align with the REST principles, we have to make this as plurals. Next, go to the resume controller. We will create one more endpoint to update the resume, and also we need to get the resume by ID. So public response entity get resume by ID. This is also a HTTP GET request, so I can add the GET mapping annotation, but we are going to pass the parameter, the path variable, which is ID. Let's move this to constants, but before that, first let's create the necessary handler methods. Let's bind the ID to the variable. Let's use the path variable. We are going to bind it to ID, which is of type string. Perfect. Next, we need to also create a one more endpoint to update the resume. Public response entity of generic type update resume I will add the put mapping annotation for the HTTP put request. This will accepts the path variable, which is ID. Also, we need to accept the request body. We need to bind the JSON data into the Java object. So first, let's use the path variable annotation to map the variable. We're going to map it to ID, which is of type string. Next, request body annotation, we're going to bind it to. We are not going to create any other DTO object. We will directly use the document object, which is resume updated data. Next, let's create one more endpoint, which is to uploading the images, the resume images. Public response entity of generic type upload resume images. This is also going to be HTTP put request. I will make it as put mapping. We will add the path variable /id /upload images. Let's use the path variable annotation. We're going to bind it to ID, which is of type string. Next, we are going to use the request part. We will accept the, let's make this as, for the request part, I will add the value, which is thumbnail. I'm going to just add the value attribute, and I'm going to make this required to true. This is going to be a multi-part file. Just call this thumbnail. We will also accept one more, which is request part value. It's going to be profile image. Required, I'll set this to true. This is also okay. This actually I will make it as false. Next, I will add the multi-part file. This is going to be profile image. I will also add the HTTP servlet request. I can call this request. This endpoint will accept three parameters: the path variable ID and thumbnail, which is nothing but a request part. This is a mandatory field or the mandatory part, and the next is profile image. This is not a mandatory field, but this is also a multi-part file, and the HTTP servlet request. Next, we will create the one more endpoint, which is for deleting the resume. Public response entity delete resume. Since this is a HTTP delete request, let's use the delete mapping. We can accept the variable using the path variable annotation. And save this. All right. We are going to create all these API endpoints in our resume module. One is for creating the resume, reading the user resumes, reading the single user resume, updating the resume, uploading the profile image and the thumbnail, and deleting the resume. Now I'm going to just cut this, and inside our constants I will just add this public static final string. I can make this as ID. Now let's copy this inside our controller. I will just add this ID. Let's import the constant. Here also I'll change this to ID, and here also I will make this as ID. Next I can cut this. I'll move this into our constants. Public static final string, upload images, copy this, paste it. We can import this. Perfect. Now our controller is ready. We can start adding the functionality inside these API endpoints. Let me start with creating the resume endpoint. I will just drop down the steps what we need to do. The very first step is we need to call the service method to create the resume. Before that, we actually need to get the user ID. How do we get the user ID? From the authentication object, we will get the user ID. So the very first step is to call the service method. The second step is to return the response. Okay, the first step is using the resume service. We will call the service method. Of course, we haven't created the service method. We will create it in just a bit, but I will call the method which is create resume. And here I'm going to pass the request object for this create resume method. This is going to give us the resume object back, the document object. I can call this new resume. The second step is we just need to return the response. Return response entity. Let's set the status created. Let's add the body, which is new resume. Save this. Let's create the service method. Let me expand this. Okay. So first what we need to do is we have this create resume method, and actually we don't need this valid annotation. Okay. So let's get rid of this valid annotation. We have this create resume request. We are accepting this request. Inside this, I will just, first of all, I'm going to inject the resume repository, private final resume repository. Inside this service method, I will just write down the steps that what we need to taken care. So very first step is, let's create the step 1, which is we need to create resume object. First we need to create the resume object. Next we need to, the step 2 is to get the current profile, right? And the step 3 is to update the resume object. We need to update the resume object. And the step 4 is to set the default data for resume. We need to set the default data for the resume. And the last step is, the step 5 is to save the resume data, right? This is the steps that we are going to follow. So the very first step is we need to create the resume object, resume, new resume, new resume, right? So we created this new object. Next we need to get the current profile. How do we get the current profile? If I scroll down, if I go to the, let me do one thing. I'm going to inject the private final auth service, right? For this auth service, I'm going to call a method auth service dot get profile. For this profile, we need to pass the principal object. How do we get the principal object? So for that, what we can do is from this Spring Security Context Holder, also we can get the authentication object. But the easy way is to do is just injecting the authentication object. So here I will just inject the authentication. I can call this authentication. This authentication, we are going to pass it to the service method. And next, inside this method, we will accept the authentication, and this authentication we are going to pass it to the get profile method of auth service. Authentication, right? And this will gives us the principal object. So if I hover on this get profile, this will gives us the auth response. So if I go inside this get profile, you can see we are going to pass the principal object, right? Actually here inside our create resume caller method, here we get this authentication, right? This authentication, what we need to do is we need to, from this we need to get the principal object, right? This principal object will give us the object, and inside our create resume, instead of the authentication, we are going to make use of the object. This is nothing but the principal object. This principal object, we can pass it to the get profile method, and this will gives us the auth response, right? Response, and from this response we can get the ID and we can set it to the resume object. New resume dot set ID, not the ID, basically the user ID. Set user ID. The user ID will be response dot get ID, right? Next, we also need to set the title. New resume dot set title. So for the title, we will get it from this request object, request dot get title. Now we are updating the details. Next, we need to set the default data. For example, for the work experience, skills, education, all those, for all those objects, we need to set the default data. So for that, I'm going to create a private method, set default resume data. To this, we can pass the new resume, right? We can create this private method. Inside this private method, we are going to just populate the data, which is new resume dot set profile information, new dot resume dot profile info, set the contact info, new resume dot contact info, set work experience, new array list, set the education, new array list, set skills, new array list, set the projects, empty array list, set certifications, languages, new array list, and finally interests. Perfect. Save this. So this is going to be set interests, not ID, and save this. This is just a private method which will set the default data. Next, we need to, after we set the default data, we need to save it into the database. So for that, resume repository dot save new resume. That's it. And we need to return back the resume object. So for that, I can just call the return and save this. Yes, these are the steps that we are going to follow in our service method. First step is to create the resume object. The second step is to get the current profile. And the third step is to set the details, the user ID and title. Third step is to set the user ID and the title. And the fourth step is to set the default data for the resume. And the fifth step is to save the resume object into the database. Inside our resume controller, we are calling this create resume method by passing the request object and the principal object. And finally, we are going to return the response. With this, now we can test this API endpoint. Now to test this, first I'm going to restart the application. I'm going to start this in the debug mode. Okay, we are getting this error. Okay, what I will do is, for now, I'm going to just return null for all of these methods so that it will not throw any errors. So we can test our endpoint easily. Let me just add return null. Later we can add the actual implementation. Okay, let's save this. I'm going to start this in debug mode. Okay, the application is started. Now I will just go to the Postman and let me close all of these tabs. We need to create a new request. This is going to be a HTTP post request. So I'll just duplicate this, add the request name, which is create resume. This is going to be /API/resumes. Authorization, inherit auth from the parent. Body, JSON raw, and here we need to add the title. That's it. Title. Suppose if I don't add the title, let's see what will happen. I'm going to just, first of all, let's log in and get the token. Click on this send. We get the JWT token. Copy the token and inside our collection, just add the token and save this. Now let me close this login. Now go to the create resume and I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get the validation message, validation failed, errors, title is required. Perfect. Now we can add the title, my first resume, and click on this send. Boom, we get the complete resume response, which is the user ID, the title, thumbnail link, template, profile info, okay, contact info, work expense, everything. And also we have this auto generated ID as well, the primary key ID. Perfect, which means our API endpoint is working as expected. Now we can create the next API endpoint, which is to read the user resumes. Go to the top, we have this get mapping, which is get user resumes. I'm going to inject the authentication object, authentication from security.core authentication. Inside this, let's remove the return null, and I'm going to just write down the steps. The very first step, what we need to do is we need to call the service method. While calling the service method, we need to pass the principal object from this authentication. And the second step is to return the response. The first step is, let's make use of the resume service. And of course, we haven't created the service method. Let's create it in just a bit. Get user resumes. And for this, we can pass the principal object authentication.getPrincipal. And we are going to get the list of resumes. First import the list, and the second step is we need to return the response. Return response entity dot OK, and we can pass the resumes. Perfect, and save this. Next, I'm going to create the service method. Inside this, I'm going to just write down the steps, what exactly we need to do. Step 1 is to get the current profile. The second step is to call the repository method, the repository finder method. And the third step is to return the response. So the first step is we need to get the current profile. How do we get the current profile? We can call the service method, the auth service dot get profile. We can pass the principal object. This will gives us the auth response. And now once we get the auth response, we need to call the finder method. So for this, we need to create the finder method. I am going to just open the resume repository. Inside this, I will create the finder method. Basically, I want to find the resumes of all the resumes based on the user ID. So for this user document, we have this user ID. For this user ID, we are going to create a finder method, find by user ID, and I want to get the latest resumes. Okay, let's say suppose if the user has created 10 resume, which one he is updated recently, that I have to read it first. So for that, we are going to sort it by descending order. The sorted by descending order, which is the updated date. The updated date, we are going to sort it by descending order. Here, I am going to just create the method find by user ID, order by updated at DESC. I hope you know how to create the finder methods. In case if you are very new to Spring Data JPA, I highly recommend you to check out the playlist. I given a link in the description section of this video. Make sure to watch the playlist. You will understand how we can create the finder methods. I have created a dedicated videos on that. For this, we need to pass the user ID, right? So user ID. This is going to return a list of resume. Okay, perfect. Next, let's go to our resume service. We can call the service method, which is resume service, repository dot find by user ID, order by, updated at DESC, response dot get ID. This will pass the user ID. This is going to give us the list of resumes. I can call this resumes, and we can return that resumes. Return resumes. I can just make this as result and save this. Our service method is ready, and we're calling this service method inside our controller, resume controller. Now we can test this API endpoint. So for that, I'm going to just restart the application in debug mode. Okay, the application is started. Go to the Postman. This is going to be a GET request. I'm going to just duplicate this. This is going to be /API/resumes. Authorization inherit from auth from the parent. I'll change this to get resumes. Okay, and here we don't need to pass anything in the parameter or anything, but let's go to our create resume, create multiple resumes. My second resume, click send. We get the second resume. Right now for this current user there are 2 resumes. Go to the get resumes, and I'm going to just click on this send, and we should expect 2 resumes. This is the first resume and this is the second resume. Perfect. We are fetching the currently logged in user resumes. Just to verify that, what I will do is we can create one more user, and for that user we can create the resumes and we can validate it. That is one way, but I'm gonna leave it up to you. You guys go ahead and test it. Make sure that if the multiple user resumes present in the database, you have to fetch only the result should fetch only the resumes for the currently logged in user. It should not fetch all the resumes which are present in DB. It should only fetch the resumes that are available for the currently logged in user. Make sure to go ahead and test that scenario. Let me save this request, and I will also save this request. Perfect. Next, we can add the implementation for the next API endpoint. Let me first get rid of this return null, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to just write down the steps. The very first step is we need to call the service method, right? This is the very first step. And the second step is we need to return the response. Before that, we also need to inject the authentication object. The first step is we need to call the service method. Of course, we haven't created the service method. We will create it, but resume service dot get resume by ID. To this, we need to pass the ID and the principal object. Authentication dot get principal. This is going to give us the resume, the single resume, existing resume. Once we get the resume, we can return it. Return response entity dot OK, and I can return the existing resume. Save this. Now we need to create this service method. I'm going to create it. Okay. Now inside this service method, what I will do is I'm going to just write down the steps. The very first step is we need to get the current profile. That is the very first step. The second step is we need to call the repository finder method to get the resume details based on the ID. If it is not present, we need to throw an exception, right? And the third step is return the result. Okay, so first we will call the service method, which is auth service dot get profile. We can pass the principal object. This will gives us the auth response. Once we get the auth response, we need to call the repository finder method. So for that, we need to create the finder method. Let's go to the repository. Here we will create the method which is find by. We need to find the resume based on the ID and the user ID, because we need to filter out the user ID as well. For that particular user ID, we need to find that resume. Find by user ID and ID. Of course, we can just use the find by ID itself, but it's important to use the user ID as well. It's important to filter out with the user ID as well, because we only want to find the resume of the logged in user. For this, we can pass the user ID and ID, and this is going to return optional of resume. In case if the resume is not found, we can throw an exception. So for that, we're going to return the optional of resume. Now inside our resume service, we can call this repository method, resume repository dot find by user ID and ID. The user ID, we will get it from the response dot get ID, and the ID we will get it from the parameter. This ID is nothing but the resume ID. We can pass the ID, right? Perfect. This, what I can do is I will make this as resume ID. I can just make this as resume ID. This, in case if the resume ID is not found, we are going to throw an exception, or else throw an exception. We can pass this supplier new runtime exception resume not found. If the resume is found, I am going to store that in a variable existing resume. Perfect. This is going to be lambda expression, not equal sign, and we need to return the existing resume. Return existing resume and save this. Now our service method is ready to use. Inside our controller, we are already calling this method get resume by ID, and we are going to return it. In case of any exceptions, we are going to throw the exception. With this, we can test our implementation. I'm going to just restart the application. Perfect. Go to the Postman. Since this is a GET request, I'm going to just duplicate this GET resumes. Let me change the request name to GET resume, just a singular word, and /API/resumes/ the resume ID we need to give. Go to the get resumes, and I will just get this resume ID, copy this, and I'll paste it here. Perfect. And authorization, inherit auth from the parent, which is good, and save this. Now when I click on this send, this is going to give us the single object, the single resume object. If I go ahead and remove few characters from the ID and click send, we get the exception, that is resume not found. Perfect. And save this. Alright, now our application is working as expected. Our API endpoint is ready to consume from the front end. Next, we have the another API endpoint which is updating the resume. We can add the implementation for this. First, let me get rid of this return null. Here I will just write down these steps as usual. The very first step is we need to call the service method. For the service method, we need to pass the ID and this updated data, and also we need to pass the principal object. So for that, I'm going to inject the authentication. That is the first step. And the second step is we just need to return the response. Pretty straightforward. Let's call the service method. Of course, we haven't created that service method. Let's create it in just a few minutes. Resume service dot update resume. And for this, we can pass the ID, basically the resume ID, and we need to pass the updated data, and we also need to pass the principal object, authentication dot get principal. This is going to give us the updated resume back. Updated resume. This is the first step, and the second step is we need to return the response. Return response entity dot OK updated resume, right? And save this. Okay, now we have these two steps. We need to create this service method. Inside this service method, basically what we are going to do is we are going to call the repository method. Before that, I'm going to just write down the steps. The very first step is we need to get the current profile. Get the current profile. The second step is we need to call the repository finder method. We need to call the finder method, which is we need to pass the ID, the user ID and the resume ID. Find by user ID and ID, that give us the existing resume, and for that existing resume we need to update the data that is sent by the client. That is the second step. And the third step is, let me write the third step is update the new data, and the fourth step is save the details. We are going to update the details. Update the details into database. And the last step is return the result. Okay, first we are going to get the current profile. So for that, auth service dot get profile. we are going to pass the principal object. This will gives us the auth response. In this response, we will get the user ID. Next, we need to call the repository method, which is resume repository dot find by user ID and ID. This is the method that we are going to call. And for this, we need to pass the user ID. The user ID, we will get it from the response dot get ID. And this ID is nothing but the resume ID. Let's pass the resume ID. This will gives us the existing resume. Once we get the existing, okay, so for that, this is actually going to return the optional. So we can throw an exception in case if the resume is not found, or else throw, we need to pass the supplier new runtime exception resume not found. Perfect. Once we get the existing resume, we need to update the details. So let's get the existing resume dot set title. The title, we are going to get it from the updated data dot get title. Next, existing resume dot set thumbnail link, updated dot get thumbnail link. Next, existing resume dot set the template, updated data dot get template. All these details we need to set. Existing resume dot set profile info, updated data dot get profile info, set the contact info, get the contact info, set work experience, get work experience, set education, get education, set skills, get skills, set projects, get projects, certifications, get certifications, set languages, get languages, set interests, get interests. Okay, now we have updated all the details. We can save it into the database. Resume repository dot save, and we need to pass this existing resume. If the ID is present, it is going to update it. And finally, we are going to return the result. So return existing resume. Perfect. And save this. That's it. Next, what we need to do is, inside our resume controller, we are already calling that method, and we are good to test the implementation. Perfect. Let me save this and we can test this. I'm going to restart this in debug mode. All right, let's go to the Postman, and what I will do is I'm going to just copy this entire response. Now I'm going to just duplicate this update profile. So I'm going to just duplicate this. This is going to be update resume slash API slash resumes. We need to pass the resume ID, and this is going to be a put request, and save this. And authorization, we are inherit from the parent. Go to the body, and this is going to be raw JSON type, and I will just paste it. I'm going to just copy this ID and I'll pass the resume ID, right? And next what I will do is, we don't need to pass this ID here in the request body. I can get rid of this, but we do need to pass rest all of these details. Okay, we don't need to pass this created at and updated at. That is also, I'm going to remove it. And next I can just like we are passing the user ID, which is good. Title, I can just say my second resume updated, and thumbnail link for now, let's keep it null. Template also we can keep it null. Profile info, we can just update the full name, which is Bhushan SC, and the designation, I'll just change this to software engineer, and summary, software engineer. We can also add the contact information, email, and all those things we can add, but what I will do is I'm gonna just keep it an empty and save this. Right now we have saved this request. We are passing this ID, the resume ID, and we can see what it is going to give us. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get the 200. Okay, you can see the response, my second resume updated, and Bhushan designation software engineer, summary, and also you can see we have this ID and created at and updated at, right? Perfect. Okay, super. Now our update is working as expected, the update API endpoint. We can next continue with the other endpoints, which is, if I go to the resume controller, we have the another endpoint for uploading the images, the thumbnail images and the profile image for the resume, and also we have this delete endpoint for deleting the resume. We can also complete these implementations. First, I'm going to get rid of this return null. I can just write down these steps, what exactly we need to do. The very first step is we need to, of course, call the service method. For this service method, we need to pass the authentication object and the ID and the multi-part files, all we need to pass. Of course, I'm going to make this as false. The required, I will make it as false for both the parameters. That is the very first step. And also I'm going to inject the authentication object to pass the principal object. This is the very first step. And the second step is we also need to return the response. The very first step is call the service method. We are not going to call the resume service method. Instead, we are going to call the file service method. For that, we need to inject the file service, which is private final file upload service. Constructor based injection we are going to do, and now we can make use of the file upload service. Of course, we haven't created any of the methods, so let's create the method, which is upload resume images. And for this, we are going to pass the ID, which is nothing but the resume ID. Next, we need to pass the authentication object. So authentication dot get principal object we're going to pass. Next, we need to pass this thumbnail and the profile image. That's it. I think we don't need this request object. I'm going to get rid of this HTTP servlet request. We don't need that. And this is going to give us the response in a map. So let's create a map with string comma string. This will contains the key value pair response, and I can return the response. Return response entity dot OK. I can return the response. Perfect. Now we need to create this service method. All right. We already have one service method which is upload single image. We will make use of this actually, but before that we have this method. So first of all, I'm going to bring all of this into the next line. Perfect. Next, here I'm going to just write down these steps. The very first step is get the current profile from the principal object, and the second step, what we need to do is we need to get the existing resume. So for that, what I will do is get the existing resume. Once we get the existing resume, then we are going to upload the images into the Cloudinary, and we're going to get the URLs. So the step 3 is upload the resume images and set the resume. Okay, so for this existing resume, we are going to set the live URL, the uploaded URLs. That is the third step. And the fourth step is we need to save the details into database. We need to basically update the details into our database. That is the fourth step. And the last and fifth step is return the result, right? These are the steps that we are going to perform. Okay, so the very first step is we need to get the current profile. So for that, we are going to inject the auth service. So let's use private final auth service, and we will get the auth service method dot get profile. For this, we can pass the principal object. This will gives us the auth response. I can call this auth response. Once we get the auth response, we will get the current user ID. Now we can make use of the resume repository. Okay, so let's inject the resume repository. Private final resume repository. Scroll down here. Let's make use of the repository, the resume repository dot find by user ID and ID. So for this, we need to pass the user ID. We will get the user ID from the response get ID, and this ID is nothing but the resume ID. I can change this for better naming convention, which is resume ID. I'll just pass the resume ID. This is going to return optional. In case if the resume is not found, we're going to throw an exception, or else throw. We can pass the supplier new runtime exception resume not found. In case if the resume is found, I can call this existing resume. So once we get the existing resume, next we need to upload the images into the Cloudinary, right? So for this, we can make use of the already created method, which is upload a single image. We can call this method upload single image. For this, we need to pass the multi-part file. We're going to pass first the thumbnail, right? So let's pass the thumbnail, and this is going to give us the map. I can just call this map string comma string result, right? And this is going to actually throws an exception, so I'll just add the exception into the method signature. Perfect. So this is going to give us the result for the thumbnail, and what I will do is I'm going to first create a one more map. So this is going to be string comma string. This is going to be result. We can call result or response new hash map, right? Response, I think we have already this response. So what I will do is I'm going to just call this return value, right? We have this return value and we have this result. This result, I'm going to call this thumbnail result for a better naming convention. We get this thumbnail result. Also, I'm going to, once we get the thumbnail result, what we need to do is we're going to add it into this return value, right? Can just add the return value dot put. Here we're going to just add the key, which is a thumbnail link, comma thumbnail result dot get, and from this we are going to get the, if I go to the, okay, this is the key that we're going to get. Let me copy that, paste it. So the image URL, right? I can just call this toString, or even we don't need to create it, call the toString, because it's already a string, right? If I go back, you can see we are already converted into toString. We don't need to again call the toString method. Okay, so basically whatever the map, this is actually a map, right? Inside this key value pair will be there, and the key will be image URL. So that image URL, we are going to add it inside this thumbnail link, right? Perfect. Okay, and next I'm going to again call the method upload single image. So for this time we're going to pass the profile image, right? And we will get the one more result, or I can say, what I will do is, instead of this thumbnail result, I can say upload result, right? Upload result. This is a upload result. Perfect. Now again, this time we are going to store that in the same upload result, right? But this time we will get a new URL, and that I'm going to put it in the return value dot put. This is the thumbnail link. Next we are going to add one more key, which is profile preview URL. So profile preview URL, and for this upload result dot get image URL. So now we get the, now inside this return value we have the thumbnail link and the profile preview URL. Also, not only we have to add it inside this return value, we also need to set it into our existing resume. So for that, what I will do is, let's make use of this existing resume. For this existing resume, we are going to set the thumbnail link, set thumbnail link, and we will make use of this same upload, copy this and paste it. So right, perfect. So very first time, okay, this is the return value, the map we are going to create to return it back to the caller method, and this is the upload single image. First time we are going to call it to upload the thumbnail, right? And we're going to set it into the existing resume, and also we're going to put it inside our return value map. Perfect. Next, again we are going to call the same method the second time to upload the profile image. We are also going to set it into the existing resume dot set. We are going to set it to the profile. Okay, before that we need to first check that. I'm going to write the small condition: if existing resume dot get a profile, we're going to just get the profile information. If it is equal to null, we are going to create a new object. So instead of this, what I will do is I am going to just make use of the objects dot is null, right? That is the better approach. Objects dot is null. If it is null, we are going to create a new object. Existing resume dot set profile info, create a new profile info, new resume dot profile info. Perfect. After we create the profile, existing resume dot get profile. So we're going to basically get the current profile information dot set profile preview URL, and for this preview URL we are going to set we're going to set. Perfect. All right. Next, now this return value map contains basically two things. One is profile preview URL and the thumbnail link. This is about the third step. You might be get confusing this third step, but basically we are creating the map and we are setting the map two keys: thumbnail link and profile preview URL. So for that we are going to make use of the method which we have already created and the above. If I scroll up, you can see this method. Also, I'm going to add a small condition because this thumbnail and profile image, these are not the mandatory fields. So what I will do is I'm going to just write the condition, which is, let me cut this and I'm going to write a condition. If I go to the top, we have this thumbnail, right? So I'm going to just check for objects dot non-null, and then I'm going to pass the thumbnail, right? If this is non-null, then we are going to perform all these operations. Similarly, I can also do the same thing for, let me cut this, objects dot non-null, then we're going to perform all these operations. But for this here, we are going to pass the profile image. Perfect. And we are getting this error, that is upload result. Basically this upload result is here. I'm gonna just copy this, paste it, and I'm gonna set this to null. Get rid of this. Perfect. Okay, so now we have this upload result. Basically I can even do one thing. I will just create a new hash map, right? Or even I can just get rid of this. We don't need this actually. Okay, and perfect. So now we are adding this condition, right? Next, in the fourth step, what I will do is I'm going to update it into the database. So now we can make use of the resume repository dot save, and for this I can pass the existing resume and I can update it into the database. After this, I am going to just let me make use of this return value map. I can add the key, which is message, and the value images uploaded successfully. Okay, this is the message that we're going to add, and finally we're going to return the result, return value, right? Perfect. And save this. Now we have this service method is ready and we can test it. If I go to the resume controller, we're already calling this method upload resume images, thumbnail, profile image. Okay, and we need to add this exception to the method signature and save this. Perfect. With this, now we are all set to test this API endpoint. We need to just add the request parts, the thumbnail and the profile image, and the ID, basically the resume ID, right? I'm going to just restart this in debug mode. Application is started. Go to the Postman. I will just duplicate this since this is also a post request. Localhost API / resumes / the resume ID, and upload images. Let's verify it. ID, which is nothing but the resume ID / upload images. Perfect. Go to the body, and here I'm gonna select this as form data and authorization inherit auth from the parent. Let's go to our body, and here we need to pass, first of all we are passing the ID, the resume ID, and next we need to pass the thumbnail. I can copy this and key, I'll paste it. Also profile image, copy this and paste it. I'll just select this as file and file. We need to select the files, and before that I would like to also verify this whether this resume ID is present or not. So let's go to our get resumes, click send. I'm gonna search this. Okay, we have this object, we have this ID, and currently we don't have the profile preview URL. Also we don't have this thumbnail link, right? Now let's go here and select the images. I'm going to select the images. Okay, for example, I have this one image. I'm gonna just open this. Also I'm going to open one more image. I have this heading. Okay, I have added these two images, the thumbnail and profile image. I'll just click on this. Okay, first of all I'm going to change the request to upload resume images. Save this, and I'm gonna click on this send, and let's wait for it, wait for the response. Boom, you can see now we get the profile preview URL, also the message images uploaded successfully, and the thumbnail link. Perfect, we can verify it. Let's go back to our get resumes. Currently it is null. I'm gonna click on this send again, Now you can see now it is updated. We get the thumbnail link as well as the profile preview URL. Awesome, which means our upload resume images are working as expected. Now we completed the API endpoint for uploading the resume images as well. Next, we have the last endpoint, which is deleting the resume. Let's complete the implementation for this also. First, let me get rid of this return null, and I can just add the steps. The very first step, this is very usual. We are going to first call the service method, and for this service method we need to pass the ID as well as the principal object. So for that I'm going to inject the authentication. The second step is to return the response. Let's make use of the resume service dot. We haven't created the service method, so I'll just create a method delete resume. For this we can pass the ID, which is nothing but the resume ID, and the authentication principal object, get principal. This is going to give us the basically we are going to just delete the resume and it will not return anything. But after we delete it, we are going to return the response entity dot status, which is no content, or even we can just add the map. Okay, and in the body map dot off we can pass the key value. The key will be message, the value will be resume deleted successfully, right? All right, now we need to create this service method, and inside this service method we are going to just write down the usual steps. So I'm going to write the first step, which is get the current profile. The second step is we need to call the repository method, call the repository finder method, and the next step is we need to, let me write the third step, which is we don't need to return anything actually, because since this is a void we don't need to return anything. We just need to call the repository finder methods. Okay, so first I'm going to call the service method, which is auth service dot get profile, and we can pass the principal object. This is going to give us the auth response, and now we can call the repository method resume repository dot find by user ID and ID. So this ID is nothing but the resume ID. We can pass the user ID from the response dot get ID, response dot get ID, and we can pass the resume ID, right? This is going to return optional. I can throw an exception in case if the resume is not found. Supplier, I'm going to pass new runtime exception, resume not found. In case if the resume is found, I can call this existing resume. Next, once we get this existing resume, next what we need to do is we need to just delete this resume, right? So what we can do is I'm going to directly call this repository method resume repository dot delete, and for this we can pass the existing resume. This is going to delete the existing resume. This is one way. Another way is what we can do is we can even directly delete it by using the delete method. So if I go to the resume repository, inside this we can create, just like the finder methods, we can create a delete method which is delete by ID and user ID, and for this we can pass the user ID and the resume ID. That is one more option, but I'm going to pick this option, which is directly we can delete this resume because we already have this existing resume, right? And this existing resume we are going to pass it into this delete method of resume repository, and this is going to delete it. Either way it works. You can pick any of the way which you can use to delete it. Perfect. Now we completed this service method. Let's go to our resume controller. Now our API endpoint is ready to test. I'm going to just restart this application and we can test it. Application is started. Go to the Postman. I will just duplicate this. This is going to be delete resume, and it's going to be a delete mapping /API /resumes/ID. The resume ID we need to pass. Let's do one thing. I'm gonna save this first. Let's go to our get resumes and click send. We will get the resumes. So I'm gonna delete the second resume. Copy this ID and here I'm gonna pass it. So first of all, I'm going to just remove few characters from the ID and authorization. This is going to be inherit auth from the parent. Let's keep it as it is. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, we get this 500 internal server which is resume not found. So I'm gonna just undo this and click send. Boom, resume deleted successfully. If I go to the get resumes, we should see only one resume, right? Perfect. Awesome. Our delete resume endpoint is working as expected. This ends our section 6, which we completed the resume module. In this module, we have created so many API endpoints that are related to resume module, which is creating the resume, reading the resume and reading the resume by ID, and updating the resume, also uploading the resume images and deleting the resume. I hope you learned something interesting in this section. In the next section, we will continue with creating the other API endpoints for other modules. In this section, we will create a new API endpoint to get the available templates for the user. We are going to create, we will be providing 3 different templates for creating the resume in the front end. By default, for the basic user, the template 1 will be available. But for the premium user, all the templates will be available. We need to return the templates list based upon the user subscription. For that, we are going to create the API endpoint. Let's open the project explorer. Under the controller, create a new Java class. This is going to be templates controller. Let's add the necessary annotation. We will add the REST controller annotation. We will also add the required arts constructor for the constructor based injection and request mapping. I will add /templates, or even I can add /API/templates. I will also add the SL4J for logging. Next, I'm going to create a handler method, public. We're going to return the response entity of generic type. I can call this get templates. This is going to be a get mapping, and we need to inject the authentication object because we need the user ID. Let's call this authentication. Inside this, I will just write down the steps. The very first step is we need to call the service method, right? Call the service method. And the second step is return the response. The very first step is we need to call the service method. For that, currently we haven't created any service class or even the service methods. What I will do is I'm going to create a new service. Inside the service package, I'm going to create a Java class which is templates service. Let me add the annotation, service annotation, and I'm going to just add the required arts constructor for constructor based injection and SL4J for logging. I'm going to create a method, public, and we are going to return a map. The key will be string and value will also be string. You can call this get templates. For this, we are going to pass the principal object. So let's accept the principal object. Save this. Now inside our templates control, let's call the service method. Before that, we need to inject the service private final templates service template service dot get templates, and for this we're going to pass the authentication dot get principal. Once we call the service method, we get the result as map. I'm going to store that in a variable called response. So let me import this map, and now we can return that response. So we can use return response entity dot OK, and we can pass the response. Save this. Inside our get templates service method, first of all, I'm going to write the steps. The first step is to get the current profile, right? The second step, once we get the profile, from the profile we will get the user subscription. If I go to the MongoDB database, you can see we have this subscription plan, right? From this we can identify whether the user subscription is basic or premium, right? In case if the user is purchased the premium plan, we are going to update this document. Go back to our IntelliJ, and the second step is we are going to first we are going to get the current profile, and the second step we are going to get the subscription. We will identify the get the available templates based on subscription. This is the second step. And the third step is add the data into map. And the fourth step is return the result, right? First, let's convert this. So to convert it, first we need the auth service, private final auth service. Let's make use of the auth service dot get current profile. To this we can pass the principal object. This will gives us the auth response. Once we get the auth response, from this auth response we will get the subscription plan. So first of all, I'm going to create the available templates. So list of string all templates, arrays dot as list 01, 02 and 03. These are the total list that we have, the templates that we have. Once we created all the once we have all the templates, I'm going to just create a one more variable which is available templates. Available templates. Next, now we can make use of the we can identify whether the user is premium user or not. Boolean is premium is equal to, how do we know that whether the user is premium or not? By just comparing the auth response dot subscription. Okay, if the subscription plan is premium, then we are going to, let me do one thing. So I'll just create a constant here, premium dot equals ignore case, right? Now I can move this into constants. So cut this, go to our constants, oops, let's go to our app constants. Here I'll create a variable. This is premium public static final string premium, right? Now we can use this premium equals ignore case. So the subscription plan, if it is premium, then we are going to set this to true, otherwise this will be false. Now once we get the premium value, I can write a condition. If is premium is equal to true, then I can set the available templates to all templates, else available templates, I'll set this to list of just 01, right? I will add this here also. I'll just make it list of, that's it, just to keep it consistent. So now we have the available templates, all templates, and the is premium user. Now this available templates, we are going to add it to the map. I'm going to just create a one more list. So let's create a list of, sorry, not a list, we're going to add a map, string comma object, restrictions is equal to new. In fact, here what I will do is I'll just get rid of this. I'll directly hard code it so that we can avoid multiple variables, 01, 02 and 03, right? We don't need this. Perfect. Once we get the map, restrictions dot put, I can add the available templates. That goes to the available templates. Next, restrictions dot put. We're going to add the all templates. 01, 02, 03. Restrictions dot put. Next, we're going to add the subscription plan. The subscription plan, we will get it from the auth response dot get the subscription plan. Restrictions dot put is premium. I'll set this to is premium. I'm just adding these data that are required for the front end, but you can also customize it as per your needs. And the last step is we need to return the result. I'm going to return the restrictions. This is going to be map of object. Save this inside our controller. We will get this object, and now we are returning it. Perfect. So with this, now we have completed this API endpoint. What we can do is we can test this API endpoint so that we will get to know that we can test it for is premium, like whether the subscription plan we can change it from the database. If I go to the database, here I can change this to basic and premium. Then we can verify whether how many available, whether the user is premium or not. We can test that part. I'm going to restart the application. Let's go to our Postman, and first of all, let's click on this login and click send. We get the JWT token. Copy the token, and I'm going to just add it to the collection and save this. Now, since that is going to be a GET request, I'll just duplicate this. This is going to be GET templates, localhost /API /templates, and we don't need to pass anything. When I click on this send, we get the available templates, and subscription plan is basic, is premium is false, and all templates. Okay, this is just the templates that are there in our complete plan. Okay, total three templates are there, out of which only one is available for the user. Now I'm gonna change this to premium, and let's see what will happen. Premium, I'll just update this, and currently we get the response premium is false. When I click on this send, we get the premium true, the available templates, all of this. So it looks like we have made some mistake. If I go to the service, template service, we have added, okay, this is going to be 3, right? Perfect. And I click on this send, boom, we get the 1 2 3 and 1 2 3, right? Because the user is premium user, that's why we are showing all the templates. All right, now we have created this endpoint so that we can use this endpoint in our front end. In the next section, we will start working on the payment services, payment module. Hi, in this section, we will create the API endpoints for payment module. We are going to connect our application with Razorpay payment gateway. Of course, you can use the different payment providers. The process will be same for all the payment providers. I will be using Razorpay. If you're on India, you can register with the Razorpay account and you can get the credentials. Basically, we need the Razorpay key and the secret key. Those two things we need to use their APIs. I have already created the account and I have already get the payment key, the secret key and the API key. And I have also added in our application.properties file. Make sure that you register with the Razorpay payment gateway and get the key ID and the secret key. These two things we need to add it in our application.properties file. Next, let's create the document and the controller, service and the repository for the payment module. First of all, I'm going to close all of these tabs, open the project explorer. Inside our document, create a new Java class. I'm going to call this payment. Let me expand this. Also, I am going to create inside our repository. I will just create the new interface, which is payment repository. This is going to be an interface. So let me change this to interface. We are going to extend this with Mongo repository. The document type will be payment and primary key type, which is string, and save this. Next, I will also create the service. Inside our service package, I will call this payment service. Let me add the annotation, service annotation, required args constructor, SL4J for logging. I'm going to inject the repository, which is payment repository. I can call this payment repository. I will also create a controller. Inside our controller package, I will call this payment controller. Let's add the annotations, REST controller, required arg constructor, request mapping, SL4J for logging. Let's inject the payment service. Let's add the URI path /API/payment and save this. Perfect. So now inside our payment.java file, which is basically our document, I will add the annotations, which is data annotation, all args constructor, no args constructor, builder annotation and document annotation. We will mark this class as a document so that it will be mapped with the MongoDB collection. We need to provide the collection name to which collection it will be mapped. In this case, it's payments. Let me remove this not blank import. Okay, inside this, we will add the necessary fields. First, of course, we need the ID, private string ID. I will mark this with a ID annotation. User ID, Razorpay order ID, Razorpay payment ID. Next, Razorpay signature, I'll just make this Razorpay signature. I will also add the amount and currency. Next, I will also add the plan type. You might be thinking that why the amount I made it as integer, because in Razorpay we are going to convert that into, later we are going to convert that into paisa. So that's why. Next, I will set the status to be created. This will be in different mode. One is created, paid, and filled. Initially this we are going to mark it as created. We can also use the builder dot default. Next, we need to add the created date and updated date for auditing. So private local date time created at. Next, private local date time updated at. We will also add one more field, which is private string and receipt. This is going to be created date, last modified date, right? Status we have receipt, created at, updated at, plan type, currency, and amount. Also Razorpay signature, Razorpay payment ID, Razorpay order ID, user ID, and ID. I will just add the JSON property. This is going to be underscore ID. Save this. Perfect. Now our document class is ready. Next, we can create a handler method and we can write down the steps what exactly we are going to do, what all the API endpoints we are going to create. First, let's create the very first API endpoint, which is to create the order, public, and this is going to return the response entity of generic type. I can call this create order. This is going to be, of course, a post mapping annotation, the HTTP post request create order. We are going to add the request body annotation. We want to bind the JSON data into our Java object. I will mark this with a map key value. The key will be string, value will also be in string. This is going to be request. We will also inject the authentication because we want the user ID authentication, right? This is the first endpoint. Next, we are going to create one more endpoint, which is to verify the payment. Public, this is also going to return response entity of generic type, verify payment. This is also a post mapping, verify. And for this verify, we are going to add the, basically, since this is a post request, we are going to make use of the request body and we are going to bind it to map. The key will be string, value will be string. I can call this request, and we don't need to inject the authentication object for this API endpoint. This is the verify API endpoint. Next, we are going to create one more endpoint to get the history, right? The payment history. Public response entity of generic type, get payment history. This is going to be HTTP GET request. So let's add the GET mapping history. We will just inject the authentication object. Next, this is for the getting the history, the payment history. Next, we're going to get the order by ID. So we wanted to get the order based upon the order ID. So for that, let's create a one more endpoint, response entity get order details. This is also HTTP GET request, get mapping /order /order ID. We are going to use the path variable to bind the order ID to a variable. Path variable, this is going to be binded to order ID of type string. Okay, so these are the API endpoints that we are going to create as a part of the payment module. For now, I'm going to just return null for all these API endpoints except create order. Right. Next, inside our create order, I'm going to just write down the steps what exactly we are going to do. The very first step is we are going to, of course, call the service method. We will call the service method. Next, we are going to identify the we are going to basically, once we call the service method, we will receive the response. The response we are going to return it to the client, or even we can prepare the object instead of directly returning, because here we are not created any DTO object. So instead of that, we are going to just prepare what exactly do we need to return it to the client. We are going to prepare it in a map and then we will return it. So for that, the second step is prepare the response object, and the step 3 is return the response. These are the 3 steps that we are going to follow as a part of this API endpoint in our controller. Before we start these steps, I would like to add the Razorpay SDK, basically the dependency. Open the pom.xml. Inside this, I will add the dependency. In fact, I have already copied the dependency into my clipboard. I will just paste it here. You can just find it inside the Maven repository. And this is the dependency, and the version which I'm going to use is 1.4.6. Of course, you can use the latest version, because I was very comfortable with this version. That is why I'm using this, but you can feel free to use the latest version as well. And make sure to reload the Maven changes. That is very important. Next, I'm going to just close this pom.xml file. Okay, the very first step is actually, in fact, we wanted to add one more step before calling the service method, which is we need to add the basic validation. So this very first step is validate the request. That is the very first step, and calling the service method is the second step. Preparing the response object is the third step, and returning the response is the fourth step. What validation that we are going to add? We are not going to add any complex validation. We will just make the basic validation, which is from this request we are going to get the plan type, right? So request.get, because the request type is map, and from this map we are going to get the key with a name plan type. And I'm going to store that in a variable called plan type. Now I'm going to just add the validation, which is if the plan type is not premium. So let's add the not operator, and I will just add premium. If the plan type is equals ignore case, if the plan type is not premium type, so plan type, then we are going to throw an exception. Return response entity dot bad request. In the body, I'm going to pass the key value pair, message. The value will be invalid plan type. right? And now I will just move this to a constants. So just cut this, move to our constants. We have this a premium already, so we can just copy this and use this, right? If the plan type is not premium, then we're going to return the bad request. We're going to throw the bad request exception. This is the very first step. And the second step is, if the request is validated, then we're going to call the service method. Of course, we haven't created any service methods. We will create it in just a bit, but payment service dot create order. This is the method that we're going to create in service class as well. To this, we are going to pass the authentication object, authentication.get principal. We need to pass the principal object and the plan type. This is going to return the payment object. This is going to return the payment. The payment which we are going to referring is the Razorpay payment. Sorry, we should not use the Razorpay payment. We need to use the payment which we have created. Okay, there are two payment classes. One is provided by the Razorpay. So here actually it is imported automatically with the payment which is from the Razorpay. Let's not use this. Instead, we are going to use the payment which is provided by from our application document. Payment, I can call this payment. And the third step that we are going to return is we are going to prepare the response object, right? So for that, I'm going to create a map. Response. Let's make use of the map of method. To this, we are going to pass the key value pair. The key will be order ID, payment.get Razorpay order ID. This is what we are going to pass. Next, the amount, payment.get amount, currency, payment.get currency. Next, receipt, payment.get receipt. These are the details that we're going to return as a part of response. So let me end this with a semicolon. And the last step is we need to return this. Return response entity.ok, and in the body we are going to pass the response. Perfect, that's it. Now our controller class is ready. All we need to do is we need to create this method inside our payment service. I'm going to create this method inside our service class. Perfect. So inside this method, what we are going to do is, first of all, at the very top, we are going to load the Razorpay ID and secret. Okay. For that, let's create a variable private string Razorpay key ID, Razorpay key secret. These two informations that we need, we are going to load it from the application.properties file. Let me copy this and paste it. Now let's open the application.properties. We need to copy these properties. I will paste it. Next, copy the secret key also and paste it. Okay, we are getting some error, that is looks like we have imported this from Lombok, that is why. So let's import this from the application Spring framework. Let me import this from the Spring framework. All right, now we don't have any errors. Right, now inside this service method, what I will do is I'm going to just write down the comments. So very first step is, step 1 is we need to create the Razorpay object. So Razorpay client we need, create the or initialize the Razorpay client. That is the very first step. And the second step is we need to define the variables, or we need to prepare the JSON object. Prepare the JSON object to pass the Razorpay. That is the second step. And the third step is call the Razorpay API. We are going to call the Razorpay API to create order. So to create the order, we are going to call the Razorpay API. And the step 4 is to prepare the, or not prepare, we need to save the payment details or order details. Okay, save the order details into database. Step 5 is return the result. Right? These are the steps that we're going to perform as a part of create order method. So let's initialize the Razorpay client. So for that we have already added the Razorpay SDK. Razorpay client, we are not getting this. So let me do one thing. Razorpay client. Let me import this. I can call this Razorpay client is equal to new Razorpay client. For this client, for the Razorpay client constructor, we need to pass the Razorpay key ID, Razorpay key secret, right? And this actually throws an exception, so I can add the throws signature to our method signature, the Razorpay exception. This is the very first step. Next, we need to prepare the JSON object, right? So I'm going to just create an amount which is 999, basically 999. This should be in Pesa, so amount should be in Pesa, and string currency is equal to INR. Basically we're going to add the Indian currency. And for the receipt, later we are going to validate with this receipt only. So for that we need to create the unique ID. Let's make use of the premium constants that we have added. Okay, this is the premium, and I will just, for this premium, I'm going to concatenate the underscore. After this underscore, we are going to add the UUID dot random UUID dot toString. Substring, I will provide the index from 0th index to the ending index 8. So I don't want the the whole big UUID. I'm going to just take only the first 8 characters. So that is why we have added this substring, and we're going to add this premium after the premium, we are going to add this underscore. So this will be stored inside our receipt, and currency will be INR. Amount, this is the amount, right? Perfect. The front end will not send actually the amount, because we are going to make it as constant in the backend itself, which is amount will be 999. There will be only one plan. Next, also we are going to create a JSON object order request is equal to new JSON object order request dot put amount. I'm going to add, which is amount. I will also add the currency. I will also add receipt. Okay, now we have prepared the order request. Only these three information that are required for the Razorpay API. I will show you where exactly you need to find the Razorpay documentation, but just I'm going to walk you through that later. But we need to pass the amount, currency, and receipt. After this, we need to call the Razorpay API. So for that, Razorpay client dot orders dot create, and for this create we're going to pass the order request, and this create method is going to return the Razorpay order actually, so that we can store it in a variable order. I can call this Razorpay order. This order is nothing but the Razorpay order, and now we need to save this inside our database. Okay, this Razorpay order has a few information, so we can store it in our database once the order is created. So let's prepare our payment object, payment.builder. Let's add the user ID, and for the user ID, okay, first we need to do one more thing. Actually, I forgot this step. We need to convert this principal object into we need to get the current profile. So I'm going to just write it here. I'll just make this as initial step. Okay, the initial step is we need to get the user profile. For that, private final auth service. Let's make use of the auth service dot get profile. I can pass the principal object. This will give us the auth response. I can call this auth response. Once we get the auth response, from this auth response we will have the user ID, right? So that user ID we can pass it here. Auth response dot get ID. This will give us the user ID. Razorpay order ID, we will get it from this Razorpay order ID. This will give us the order ID. So for that, Razorpay order ID, and from this I'm going to get the ID. Oops, this is going to be Razorpay order dot get. So this, if I go inside this order, right, this is actually this is going to return us the JSON, and from this we are going to get the key, right? And for that we are going to pass that key, which is ID. This will give us the Razorpay created order ID. That ID is very important for us. We are going to get that ID. Next, amount. We can pass the amount. Plan type. That will be plan type. Status. Created. Next, receipt, and build. We are going to use the builder pattern to create the payment object. I can store that payment, new payment. And this payment we're going to store it in the DB. So let's make use of the payment repository dot save. We can pass the new payment. I can directly return the result. We are just adding the user ID, Razorpay order ID, amount, plan type. Okay, I should also need to add the currency. So let's add the currency dot plan type and status, receipt and build. Perfect. And save this. Now we are actually completed the service method also, and inside our controller you can see we are actually okay. Here we need to add the throws to the declaration method declaration, the Razorpay exception, and now we are good with testing this API endpoint. Basically we can create the API, we can create an order, and we can see whether the order is creating in our Razorpay dashboard or not. Before we stop and let's actually restart this application, and while it's restarting I'm going to just open the documentation, Razorpay order API. Okay, you can just click on this order API, the first link, and you can see this is the create an order API. And if I select this, and you can see after we created this, we are going to get this ID. Okay, this is the payment, this is the Razorpay order ID. This order ID we are going to store it in our database, and you can see for this Razorpay order API we are going to pass the amount, currency and receipt. Of course you can pass notes as well, but this is completely optional. We are going to basically pass these amount, currency and receipt. That's exactly what we have designed in our payment service. If you can see the amount, currency, receipt, all these we are going to pass it to the Razorpay. That will give us the response. Perfect. Next, let me close this, and now our application is started. We can test this. So to test this, let me go to the Postman, and first of all I'm going to log into the application. So we need the token. Okay, now we get this token. Let me copy this, and you can add the token inside our entire collection and save this. Right, now we need to create a new, let me create resume. I'm going to duplicate this. Perfect. /API /payment. Right, this is going to be create order, and inside the body we need to pass few things, right? So let me go to the browser, and not the browser actually, let's go to our inside our payment controller. We are just validating the plan type. Okay, this we need to pass it. Plan type, this should be premium, right? Before that, let's go to our database and see whether the user is actually a premium user. I will just change this to basic, because earlier we have tested this with the subscription plan premium. I'll just make this as basic and click update. Perfect. Okay, next let's go to our Postman, and here I'll just make this as basic and test with the negative scenario. It should throw an exception. I'm going to click on this send. Boom, you can see something went wrong, contact administrator. Okay, this is actually a different error. This is not related to our /API/. Okay, looks like we have made mistake in the /payment/create order. Okay, we forgot the create order endpoint. Create order. Let me save this. Now when I click on this send, boom, we get this invalid plan type. Perfect. Now I'll change this to premium. Let me change this to premium. Click send. Boom. You can see we get the response, currency INR, order ID. This is the order ID from the Razorpay team, and the amount and the receipt, right? We have just extracted only the few 8 characters, right, from the substring. Okay. Now let's go back to our Razorpay dashboard. I have already logged into my Razorpay account and I'm in the test mode. Make sure you should be in the test mode. Now we can see in this orders, we can see the created orders. So I'm going to just switch to the orders. Boom, you can see the order is created 28th October 2025 10:20 p.m. and you can see 999, and we have not made any payment attempts, that's why this is 0. And premium, you can see 8 AC8 628. Okay, 628, this is the receipt ID that we have generated. And also you can see the order ID which is ending with G5 and G5. Perfect. And we get the response 200. Perfect. Our create order API endpoint is working as expected. From here we can one step go ahead and we can complete the verify payment API as well. Let's switch to IntelliJ, and inside our payment repository, first we're going to create few finder methods. We're going to create the payment document based on the Razorpay order ID. So if I go to this payment, we have this Razorpay order ID. We wanted to find the document based on this Razorpay order ID. So for that, let's create the finder method. Find by Razorpay order ID, and to this we are going to pass the Razorpay order ID, and this is going to return optional of payment document. Let's import this optional. Next, we are also going to find the document based on the payment ID, Razorpay payment ID. Find by Razorpay payment ID. To this we are going to pass the payment ID, Razorpay payment ID. Optional of payment. Next, we are also going to find the documents, all the documents based on the user ID, and we are going to order it by descending order based on the created date. Find by user ID, order by created at DESC. We are going to find all the documents. So for that is why we are going to add this find by user ID. Based on the user ID, we are going to find all the documents, and we are going to sort it in descending order based on the created date. To this we can pass the user ID. This is going to return list of payment. And finally, we are also going to find the payment documents based on the status. Find by status. We can pass the status. Save this. Right, now we have these 4 finder methods. We can consume these or we can call these inside our payment service. First of all, let's go to our controller, payment controller. Inside this payment controller, we need to verify the payment. Okay, assume that from the front end we are going to make the payment to our Razorpay. The order will be created. Once the order is created, we have this order, right? Once the order is created, we have to complete this order. So to complete the order, we are going to provide an From the front end, we are going to provide the SDK based on the Razorpay SDK. We are going to show the window to complete the payment. The user will complete the payment, and once the payment is completed, we need to verify that whether the payment is completed or not. So for that, we have this verify payment API, and we are going to complete that. So I just removed the return null, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to just write down the comments that what exactly we need to do. The very first step is we need to validate the request. We need to validate the request whether the request contains the Razorpay order ID and payment ID and signature. If all these details are present, then we are going to consider that as the request is validated. Otherwise, we are going to throw an exception that is a bad request. That is the first step. And the second step is we are going to call the service method to verify the payment. Call the service method to verify the payment. Next, the third step is once we call the service method, from the service method we are going to return a boolean value whether the payment is verified or not. If it is verified, then we consider that as payment is completed, and we are going to return the response. In case if the payment is not verified, then we are going to throw an exception. And the third step is return the response. Return the response whether the payment is verified or not. Right. So first of all, let's validate the request. To validate the request, first we need to get all the details from the request. Request.get. Since we are actually binding the JSON into a map, we are going to, based on the key, we are going to get the values. So the key will be Razorpay order ID. This will gives us the Razorpay order ID. Next, request.get Razorpay payment ID. Razorpay payment ID. Next, request.get Razorpay signature. Razorpay signature, I will call this. Once we get all these details, I'm going to just validate this whether all these having values or not, right? If let's use the objects dot is null. Okay, if it is null, the Razorpay order ID or objects dot is null, Razorpay payment ID or objects dot is null, Razorpay signature. If all these, if any one of these parameters, or if any one of these values are null, we are going to throw an exception. Return response entity dot bad request body and map of message which is missing required payment parameters, right? All these we're going to set this. This is the first step. The second step is to verify the payment. Let's use the payment service. Of course, we haven't created any service method. We will create it in just a bit. Verify payment. To this, we are going to pass the Razorpay order ID, Razorpay payment ID, and Razorpay signature. The three things we are going to pass it. This is going to return boolean is valid. Okay. Whether the verification is valid or not, we're going to do it. If it is valid, then we're going to return the success response. Otherwise, we're going to return the exception. We're going to throw an exception. So let's write the condition. If it is valid, then we're going to return the success response, return response entity, okay, and map of message. It will be payment verified successfully. Next, status success. Map of, looks like we have made a small mistake here. This is going to be comma, not colon. Perfect. We're going to just return this, and if it is not valid, return response entity dot bad request body map of message, and value will be payment verification failed. Payment verification failed. Perfect. So this is the third step, and save this. So now what we have done is we are just validated the request, and we will verify the payment. If the payment is verified, we are going to return the success. We are going to return the bad request in case if it is not valid, and we need to call this. We are going to create this method verify payment inside our service. Here we are going to write the business logic to verify the payment. Okay, how we are going to verify this? We already discussed that we have added the signature, right? Based upon that signature, we are going to verify it. So first of all, what I will do is to verify the signature, I am going to JSON object attributes new JSON object. For this attributes, I'm going to add the order ID, Razorpay order ID. Let me copy this, paste it. Similarly, the Razorpay payment ID, and Razorpay signature. All these three things we are going to add it to the JSON object. Then we will make use of the Razorpay utils, which is utils from the Razorpay utils dot verify payment signature. To this we are going to pass all of these attributes, and the Razorpay secret key we need to pass. That also I'm going to pass key secret. With this is going to verify the signature, and this is going to return boolean is valid signature. This is actually going to throw an exception. I'll just add the throws block, the Razorpay exception, right? Perfect. Next, in case if it is valid, if it is a valid signature, then what we will do is we are going to update the status, right? So let's make use of the payment repository dot find by Razorpay order ID, and to this we are going to pass the Razorpay order ID. This will give us actually the payment. In case if it is not present, it is going to throw an exception. We can pass the supplier new runtime exception order, sorry, the payment not found. right? We get the payment. Once we get the payment, we are going to just update the payment dot set Razorpay payment ID, Razorpay payment ID, payment dot set Razorpay signature, Razorpay signature. Okay, see, because why we are setting this payment ID and signature is, right, in when we created the Razorpay order ID, only we will get this order ID, but after we complete the payment from the UI, after we completed that order, we will get the Razorpay payment ID and secret ID. Once we verified this from the Razorpay, then if it is valid, then only we are going to store it in our DB, that the Razorpay payment ID and the signature, both we are going to store it in our database. Next, we are going to also set the status, set the status to paid, and we're going to save this payment repository dot save payment. We're going to basically update this. Right, after this we need to upgrade the, once all these things set, we need to upgrade the user subscription. We need to upgrade the user subscription, and here we are going to basically update the payment status. So here how we are going to upgrade the subscription, we are going to find it, like I'm going to just create a private method for this. Upgrade user subscription. To this we are going to pass the user ID, payment.get user ID. So we have this user ID and payment.get plan type. That's it. And we need to create this method, which is a private method. Let's create this private method. And here I'll just add a logger. Make sure that add the loggers as like add it properly in every methods, so that you will understand how it is called, how the control flow is going. I have not added it. Make sure to add it in every methods, so that it will be a good practice for you. User upgrade it to the plan. We are going to add it. Here we will pass the user ID. How do we get the, okay, basically I'm going to just cut this and I'll move this here. Here we need to return true, right? And inside this, let's first actually do one thing. I'm going to also one more thing I will do here. If I return directly true, then it will be a problem. We will just cut this entire thing and I'll put it in a try catch block. Try catch block, return false. Perfect. Here we are going to throw runtime exception. This exception we are going to throw exception dot get message. Perfect. Next, inside our upgrade user subscription, we are going to make use of the user repository. We need to find the, because the subscription plan we are storing it in the user document, so we need to update the user document. For that, let's inject the user repository. We will use the user repository here. Find by ID, user ID I can pass, and I need to also pass the plan type. This is going to return optional, or else throw we can pass the supplier, which is new runtime exception, or username not found exception, user not found. Here I will just, sorry, this is going to be user ID, right? And we will get the existing user. Once we get the existing user, now we can update the subscription plan, which is plan type. Then I can save this user repository.save existing user. After this, I can just add the loggers. User upgraded to a plan, and I can pass the user ID and plan type. Perfect. And save this. Here actually we need to return false. Okay, this is actually true. Okay, in that case we'll do one thing. Here we are returning the boolean and missing the return statement. What I will do is I'll just do one thing. Inside this I will just return false, but I will make sure that I log the error verifying the payment. The exception I'm going to print it. Save this. Perfect. We are just returning the true in case of everything goes well, else we are going to return false. With this we will get to know that okay, the payment is not successful. All right, looks like we have made one last thing, which is here I'm going to just return false. Perfect. Yes, with this we can also throw an exception. That is also fine. Okay, here in case if the signature is valid, then this becomes go inside and it is going to return true. In case of exception, it is going to return false. In case if the condition becomes false, then it will directly return the false. Perfect. Looks good. Now we completed this verify payment method inside our service, and inside our controller we are already calling this method. We just need to add this throws Razorpay exception. With this, let me save this. But now we cannot test this because ideally we are going to test this once we completed the front end. From the front end we are going to complete it. Somehow we can complete this also, that is also possible, but I'm not going to take that approach. We will just directly test this once we completed the front end. With this, now we can create the next API. We can complete the next API, which is history and order details. Let me first remove these return null from both of this. First of all, for the history, I'm going to just write down the comments, what exactly we need to do. We need to first call the service method. We need to just pass the principal object to the service method, and from there we are going to get the user ID, and from there we are going to fetch all of the payments based on the user ID. That is what we are going to do inside the service layer. The second step is we are going to just return the response. So let's call the service method. Of course, we haven't created the service method. We'll create it. Payment service dot get user payments, and here we need to pass the authentication dot get principal object, and this is going to return list of payments. Once we get the payments, we're going to return the response, return response entity.ok, and we can pass these payments. Save this, and next we need to create the service method. Let's create the service method. Inside the service method, first we're going to get the current profile. The step 1 is get the current profile. So let's make use of the auth service dot get profile principal dot get. This is going to be principal, and we will get the auth response. From this auth response, we're going to get the ID. This is the very first step. And the second step, what we're going to do, once we get the auth response, once we get the user ID, we're going to call the repository method, the finder method which we have created. Call the repository finder method to fetch the payments. So for this, we are going to make use of the payment repository dot find by user ID order by created at DESC user ID auth response dot get ID. We will get the list of payments. I can directly return this, right? Perfect. And save this. And inside our controller, nothing we have to do. We will get this payments and we're going to return it. Similarly, for this order ID also, I will just write down the steps. Step 1 is to call the service method, and for this service method we are going to pass the order ID. And the second step is return the response. Payment service dot get payment details. Let's pass the order ID. This is going to give us the payment details. Once we get the payment details, I can return that payment details. Return response entity dot ok and payment details. Perfect. Let's create this payment details method inside our service. Right. Inside this service method, we are going to call the repository method. I can just write down the steps. Call the repository finder method and return it, right? Payment repository dot find by Razorpay order ID. For this, we are going to pass the order ID. This is going to return optional, so I can call this or else throw. We can pass the supplier new runtime exception order not found, or sorry, we can call it as payment not found. I can directly return this and save this. Inside our controller, we don't have any errors. We are good with testing these API endpoints, history and order ID. Of course, in the database, if I go to the database, currently we have, let me refresh this. You can see we have this one payments, and we can, like, we will get this as a order details as well as list of payments. Go to the Postman, and here, first of all, I'm going to just restart this, go to the postman. I'll just, since this is going to be a GET request, so I'm going to duplicate this. Let me rename this. So okay, looks like there is something issue with the postman. Just delete this. I'm going to just duplicate this again. Okay, this is going to be order history /API /payment /history, right? Save this and click on this send. Boom, we get a single record, right? Because in our DB right now we have only one, which is this, and that's why we are getting only one record, one document. Next we have one more, so let me save this and also order details. Let me duplicate this. This is going to be /payment. There is some issue with this postman. Okay, no problem. Payment / if I go to the controller, it's going to be order /order ID. Payment /order ID. So for the order ID, we can take this order ID, payment Razorpay order ID. So let's copy this. We can pass it here. This is going to be order details. Click send. Boom, we get the order details 200. Perfect. If I just remove last two characters from this, and when I send this, we get this error, payment not found. All right. Now we have completed all the API endpoints in the backend. We have also completed this payment module. Only one API endpoint we did not tested it, which is verify payment. That is because we are going to test this from the front end. Once we complete the front end, we are going to verify this payment. All right, with this now we have completed all the API endpoints in the backend. Now we can connect all these API endpoints in our front end. In the next section, we will connect all these API endpoints in our front end and we will test it. Hi, welcome back to another section. In this section, we are going to create one more API endpoint to send the email with a resume as an attachment. We forgot this API endpoint. Let's actually create this API endpoint. Then in the next section, we will try to consume all these API endpoints in our front-end application. Okay, now let's open the Project Explorer and create a new controller inside the controller package. This is going to be an email controller. And let's add the annotations, the necessary annotations. Of course, the REST controller, required Arc constructor, request mapping. I will add the URI /API/email. I will also add SL4J for logging. This is the controller class. Let's create the service also. Looks like we have already created the email service and we have already created a method for sending the HTML email, right? Similarly, we are going to create one more method, which is to send the email with an attachment. Public void send email with attachment. And for this, let's pass the parameters, which is the to address, the from address. Actually, from address we don't need. We need the subject, the email subject, and the body, the byte array, that is nothing but our attachment, and we also need to add one more parameter, which is nothing but the file name. Right, let's save this. Now we can call this method inside our controller. Let's go to the controller, and inside the controller, first of all, I'm going to inject the service private final email service. This is going to be an email service, right? And inside this, I'm going to first create the endpoint, the handler method, public. This is going to return response entity, and we're going to return a map of string comma object. I can call this send resume by email. And we need to pass few parameters. The request part we need to pass. I will pass the receipt email, recipient email, just I'll copy this and I will paste it. This is the first request part, and the second request part, which is nothing but the subject. Next, I will also add message, which is nothing but the body, and multi-part file, the PDF file, multi-part file. I can call this PDF file. Perfect. Now inside this, we can also inject the authentication object. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to just write down the comments, what exactly we need to do. The very first step is we are going to validate the inputs. This is the first step. Second step, we are going to get the file data. So let's get the file data. That is the second step. And the third step, which is we need to prepare the email content. This is the third step. Fourth step is call the service method to send the email with an attachment, right? That is the fourth step. And the fifth step is we are going to send the response or return the response. Perfect. Let's start with validating the inputs. So here I will just write the if condition. If we can use the objects class to check the null condition, objects dot is null, and if the recipient email is null, or objects dot is null if the PDF is null, the PDF file is null, then we are going to throw an exception, right? I'm going to just add here I'm going to create a map of string comma object response new hash map. Inside this, I will just use response.put success. I'll set this to false. response.put message input fields missing the required fields. This we are going to add, right? This is the validation for the request. Next, we need to, after this, we are going to just return this, return response entity dot bad request dot body. In the body we can pass the response. The next step is we need to get the file data. So PDF file, if this has been skipped, then we know that the PDF file is present. From this we are going to get the bytes. If you don't add this check, then if you directly try to call this get bytes, then it is going to throw an exception because the PDF file will be null. Get bytes, then we are going to store it in a byte array, PDF bytes, and this is actually going to throw an exception. I'm going to add the throws to the method signature. Now PDF bytes, not the PDF bytes, PDF file dot get original file name. This will give us the file name, original file name, and we can just check if the original file name objects dot is non-null. Original file name, if it is non-null, then we will pass this. Otherwise we are going to just add resume.pdf, and I can store that in a name called file name, right? In case if the file name is null, I'm just adding this null check. If it is not null, then we are going to get the original file. Otherwise we are going to provide this name, which is resume.pdf. Perfect. And next we need to prepare the email content. So for this we will make use of the subject. I can just add the null check, objects dot non-null. Let's add the subject. Then we are going to consider this as string email subject. This is going to be, let's do one thing. I'll just add the if condition, if, or let's do one thing. Let's better use subject is not equal to null. Then I think it's better to use objects dot non-null. Then we will get the subject. Otherwise we will return the resume application. Email subject, right? Similarly, email body, objects dot non-null. We are going to pass this image, then message. Otherwise, please find my resume attached. Slash, I can add the slash n to add the new line. Best regards. This is what we're going to return for the email body in case if the message is not available and the subject is not available. Similarly, this original file is not available. We are going to return this static content, that just for the safer side. Next, we need to call the service method. We already created the service method, email service dot send email with attachment. We can pass the recipient email, email subject, email body, PDF bytes, file name. And that's it. This will not return anything. And finally, we need to return the response. So response.put, we can add the success. I'll set this to true. Response.put message resume sent successfully to, I can add the recipient email address, recipient email, and I can return this. Return response entity dot OK. I will add the response. That's it. Let's save this. And now inside our service, the email service, we need to fill up this implementation. So this is pretty straightforward. We are going to just add the my message, and let me call this message is equal to mail sender dot create my message. Helper we will create. Helper is equal to new my message helper. To this we can pass the message and true because we are passing the multi-part. I'll just add the throws, which is MIME exception. You can see message exception. Next, I will add the helper dot set from address from email, that we are loading it from the application and properties file. Helper dot set the to address. The to address I'm setting. Helper dot set the subject. Helper dot the text. I'm setting the message. Sorry, not the message. We're going to setting up the body. Helper dot set add attachment. The attachment is file name, comma new byte array resource. To this we can pass the attachment. Mail sender dot send, I can pass in the message. That's it. So let's save this. Now we have our service method. This method we are calling inside our controller. With this, okay, let me add this throws exception to the method signature. Okay, this will now catch the exception, right? Okay, with this now we can test this API. I'm going to just restart the application. Alright, the application is restarted. Let's quickly open the Postman, and since this is going to be let's go to our email controller, and this is going to be, I think we forgot to add the URI path for our method, which is send email, send resume. This is going to be a post mapping / send resume. I will just also add the value, and here I will add consumes media type dot multi-part form data value. Save this, right? This is going to be send resume. I can now restart this again. With the attachment we will verify it. Let's go to Postman, and here I'm going to just duplicate this. Now I'll change this to send email with attachment, localhost /API /email /send resume. In the headers, not the headers, let's go to body, and in the form data we need to add the recipient email, Similarly, we also need to add subject, we also need to add message and PDF file. So this is going to be text, but this is going to be a file, and we need to attach the file and we need to send the request. I'm going to just select one of the file. Okay, we don't need to, okay, let's add this quick check PDF. I'm going to just open this and message PDF file and subject my resume, the recipient email. I will add my email address, and first of all we need to actually log into our account and we need to generate the token. Let's copy this token, go to our collection and add it here and save this. Now inside our send email with attachment, here everything looks good. I'm going to click on this send. We should see the, okay, you can see success true, resume sent successfully to bhushanvlogs@gmail.com. Go to the, I have already logged into my email. You can see Bhushan SC my resume, and we get this subject and the message PDF file, and we got this attachment. Clicking on this, it is going to open up this PDF. Let it be, I'm not going to open this. Perfect. So now we completed this API endpoint and this API is working as expected. Now we completed all the API from the backend. Next, all we need to do is, in the next section, we will start consuming these API endpoints in our front end application, and we have to test all the APIs from the front end. That's it. We'll continue in the next section. In this section, we will integrate the backend APIs with the front end React application. This section is going to be interesting and it will be very small because the entire front end, the UI I have already created using the ChatGPT. I will not go over the front end part in this series because that will take a lot of time. What I have done is the entire code I have put it into ChatGPT and I have told them to create the UI for me, and ChatGPT has done a great job and finally I got the UI. So that's why I will just show you how you can build the UI on your own using ChatGPT. You just take the help and you can create the UI. You don't have to follow the same UI design which I have followed. You can use your creativity and you can build the UI. However, if you want to use the same UI which I have used, feel free to download the source code. The link will be given in the description section of this video. You can just download the source code and you can use it for your college project or even for your portfolio project. Okay, now the application I have imported into WebStorm, and the application is already started on the port 5173. I will just open the browser and boom, this is the landing page. At the very top we have this logo and the title, and on the right hand side we have this call to action button and followed by the product showcase page with a call to action button. And if you scroll down, we have this features section, and from there if you scroll down you will see this one more product showcase with a YouTube video link, and we have this simple pricing section followed by the testimonials, customer reviews, and followed by a one more call to action button and followed by the footer and copyright section. Just clicking on this get started call to action button, it will open up this pop-up and we have this login page and the sign up link. Clicking on the sign up link, it will open up the another window. We will get the option to upload the profile picture, full name, email address and password. Just let's upload the image. I'm going to enter the full name, enter a valid email address because it will send the email address, the email for the verification. I will enter the password. You can clicking on this toggle and see the passwords. Clicking on this sign up, it will send the email to the registered email address for the verification, and we also have this resend verification email because that is the API that we have created in the backend. Now let's open the email inbox, and you can see we got this verify email, a new email. Clicking on this, you can see we have this verify email. I'll just click on this. You can see email verified successfully. Now let me close this and going back, clicking on this login, we can able to log into our application. Login and boom, we have logged into the application, and this is the user dashboard where user can see all the resumes which he created previously. And at the right hand side we have this name, the full name, and followed by the plan. Currently the user is in the basic plan, and the logout button. Clicking on this add new resume, it will ask us to enter the resume name, my first resume, and boom, we have this live preview with a resume details. On the left hand side user can enter the resume details, and on the right hand side user can see the live preview. At the very top we have this resume title, and we can change the theme, we can delete it, and we can preview and we can download it. Clicking on this change theme, we have couple of themes, and since we are in the basic plan, only one template is available for free to use. If the user want to upgrade, if the user want to use other templates, he needs to upgrade to the premium plan, which is 999. I'm going to just click on this so that user can opt for the premium membership. And you can see now we got this payment option window from the Razorpay. I'm going to select this UPI. The Razorpay has provided the UPI, the fake UPI, which is success at Razorpay, and this will makes us complete the payment. Just click on this verify and pay. Wait for a few seconds. And boom, the payment is successful. You can see payment successful, welcome to the premium, and you can see now it becomes premium. Earlier it was basic. Here also you can see the premium, the states has been updated, and we have unlocked these two templates. Perfect. Now I'm going to just select maybe this and click done. And also we can change the if I go to the change theme, and we can also change the color palette. Currently we have this, and we can change this orange, maybe yellow, and maybe lavender. Different color theme from color palette, you can use it. I'm going to just stick to this, click done. First let's update the profile picture for our resume. Alright, now enter the full name, senior Java developer, and we need to add this summary. I'm going to just copy some random text and I'll paste it. We can save and we can exit it. If I click on this save and exit, it will store in the database, or even we can go to the next section. We can enter the contact information, the short address, I'm from Bangalore, India. The email address gmail.com. Phone number, we can enter the LinkedIn address. We can also enter the GitHub account. Let's change this to GitHub. The website, maybe I'll give my youtube.com/bhushansc. You can give anything. I'm just randomly entering the text. Click next. We can enter the work details. I'll just add company 1, Java developer, the start date, just start maybe 2023 January, the end date till date. So I will add some description. So just copy some text and I'll paste it. You can add the multiple work experiences. Company 2, I will add full stack engineer, start date, let's add 2020 January till 2023 January. You can add multiple work experiences. So I'll just click on next. We have this education details, masters in computer science, University India. We'll enter the year and month. Click next. We can add multiple college also, the like education. Skill name, I will just add Java. Proficiency, out of 5, I will give out of 5. And we have the React. Let's add problem solving 4. You can also delete the skills. For example, I can delete this also. Click next. We can add the projects. I will just add some random projects. Projects 1. Provide some description. I can provide the GitHub link also. github.com/project1. I can add the live URL also. liveurl.com/project1. You can add multiple projects if you want. I'll just add the same details. So this is going to be project 2. Perfect, and click next. You can see in the right hand side it will automatically updating when I start entering the details, certifications, everything. So let's enter the certifications. Certification 1 issued by Google, maybe year 2024. Let's add one more certification. AWS 2022. Click next, and you can see we have added the certifications. The languages, we can add English, Hindi, and Kannada, my mother tongue. Let's add the interest. Cycling, I'm interested in content creation, and we can save and exit, or even we can preview and download at this point of time. I'm going to just click on this preview and download. You can see it will just preview in this format, and we can send the email directly to the recruiters or any concerned person, or even we can just download this. When I click on this download, it will download the resume. I will just open this, and this is how it looks, the resume. Perfect. And I can directly send the email also. I'll just click on this send recipient email address. Click on this send and generating the PDF and sending email. Boom. If I go back, we should be able to see the email with the attachment. Clicking on this, you can see the attachment which contains the resume. Awesome. And I can just close this, and I can save this, and at any point of time I can change the theme also. If I don't like this, just click on this and I can choose this theme if I want, and click done. Everything will be updated with this theme, right? Perfect. And make sure to save and exit this because it will be stored into the database. Just wait few seconds. Boom, you can see resume updated successfully, right? You can create one more resume again. And finally, I'm going to log out. This will be logged out from the application. All right. So whatever I have explained, whatever I have walked through this entire project, it consumes all the API endpoints which we have created so far. I hope you enjoyed this series. In case if you are looking for the source code, feel free to download the source code for your reference. And I hope you learned something out of this series. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next video.